Hello and a good morning to you as well. Shlifu, how you doing? I'm going to get run a quick little 1 minute ad to get rid of the pre-rolls, but then then we can basically get started in earnest. But yeah, BRB. Okay. Good. So we got 10.36 million. Well, that's right. Scooch the microphone just like that. Scooch it a little closer. And that should be great. And do that. And yeah, should be all good now. Lovely. Okay. Just very exhausted, you say? That's unfortunate to hear, but I do feel that vibe. And I too have been kind of tired lately. You know, it's just one of those things. And, but I also am doing fairly solid. I'm doing pretty good. Better than I've been in recent memory, but you know. I'm very much looking forward later today to going to the food pantry. Because, you know, tasty food, bread, etc. Very exciting. I'm super excited about it, in fact. I'm also very excited about the, I've almost got the, required amount of money in Noita here to do the, breaking the reroll machine. Oh, I agree. I absolutely love delicious bread. I'm really hoping I can get some of my preferred sourdough bread that they have some of the time. One of my favorite things about it is that there's a lot of it. And hey, Bob without a hat, glad to have ya. How you doing? But yeah, I'm really hoping I can get myself some of the good old, what do you call it? Sourdough bread that lasts a while, right? That lasts about a week, which is ideal, of course, because, you know, that way I can basically eat that last, and then eat all the other foods that expire first, and so then it's not like a feast or famine situation, and it's more of like, okay, I gotta have food a bit consistently over the course of, like, the week, which is much nicer, of course. It, like, works out better. Because this week it was very much just like I had more or less enough food during the start of the week, but, you know, I did not have enough at the end of the week. Which is, you know, unfortunate, but, you know, that's just how it is, you know. Such is how it is. But I am glad that tomorrow I get to go to the food pantry. And hopefully they'll have the sandwiches. I'm not that optimistic, because usually there's a bit of time. Like, it seems like they basically get delivery of the tasty sandwiches every so often. Aww. But, yeah. And hey, Meatball, I'm glad to have you. Well, I'm glad to have all of you, but yeah. Ooh, melee immunity in Holy Mountain 1, and you decided to farm some slime guys, and now you're trying to clear the Holy Mountain. Nice. That's excellent. God, I love melee immunity. Oh, you're totally right, Meatball, thank you. I'm a silly little guy. But yes, you are totally correct. That is what a sensible person would do, is to remove the starting soon overlay. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. And if you'll notice, we've got 10 million already, and we basically just need to get to like 12 or 14 million. And like, I've forgotten which one, and in fact, like, I don't remember how many rerolls we've done already, but I do know that if I get 14 million, I won't have to worry about it again. But yeah. And then we will have the broken reroll machines. And then I can upgrade a whole bunch of different wands to my heart's content. And get feared by worms. And amongst other things. And a great many other perks. And it will be a great thing. It'll be damn good. It'll be super exciting. Indeed, yes. I'm mostly looking forward to as many faster wands and more extra wand capacity as I care to have. So that way I can upgrade all my wands of swiftness to having 26 slots, and then I can see if I can increase any of the dragon wands that I have to above 26 slots. Because the dragon wand that I started with, which is I think like a tier 11 or whatever wand, does not... It started with so few slots that, yeah. Oh god, no. I have no intention of doing that, Bob, because I want to be able to end the run normally, right? So I want to be able to perish with a bunch of Midas damage and... Midas damage plus acid, yes. Oh, no, no. That part probably won't take very long because, frankly, I'm not going to do it all at once. Yeah. Straight up, I'm not going to do it all at once. Yeah. I'm just gonna, like, you know, whenever I feel like it, zoom over to, like, one of the parallel worlds and, you know, get some more faster wands, that kind of thing, and it'll be all good. And I also intend to have the very, very, very last, what do you call it? Reroll to be in main world 1, but no guarantees on that, because it is a 6 million reroll cost, so I'll only do that if that's, like, absolutely necessary, because I did the math, and I believe that I can exactly get the specific number of rerolls I need. Very narrowly, but exactly. I loaded in just enough of the things, and yeah. So here's the problem. I don't know why, but my character doesn't seem to be getting... Like, I don't know that I don't think it's that I have too many repelling capes, but I might. But I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think I do, but, you know. Is there a way? Oh, that's right, I remember now. You want the inventory open, and then you can look at them. And scroll through them. Okay, so what do we got here? We got 3 repelling capes. I can't remember. Is that the... Yeah, that's the exact number we need. Or maybe that's 1 too many. Maybe they're only supposed to have 2. I can't ever fucking remember. But yes. And we've got 3 stronger hearts. Yeah, the immunities. Tinker. 4 permanent shields. 13 project... Wow, that's a lot of projectile repulsion field. Only 9 projectile repulsion sector. 5 extra items in the Holy Mountain. 6 perk lotteries. 3 kills to mana. Low recoil. 4 pinpointers, which is fewer. But we have gotten 9 extra wand capacities. And 7 faster wands. Yeah. Oh god, I am not perk duping. Oh god, no, 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 no. That's terrifying. D. Hi, little Mr. Man. Does the little fuzzle guy want to come up? Come here. Come here, Mr. Man. Jump on up. And I understand about your litter box. We'll be emptying it later today before we go to the place, kitty. I understand. I understand that doesn't make you happy, but that is the reality of the situation. He's standing there like, but. Okay. I'm not happy about it. Wow. Oh yeah, Hades is usually one of the kitty cats that comes closer when you meow back at them. For sure, for sure. And they're a good little guy. He's just a good little fuzzle. Correct. I cannot roll my R's. You are super correct. Oh really? I thought that it could increase it to exactly 26. Well, I guess it's good to know that it will only increase it to 25. That's okay with me, though. I'm fine with that. But thank you, I'm glad to know that. That is superb information to have. Because, yeah, that would be... I would be miffed to just find it out later. Oh, whoopsie daisies. I see what happened. I was on one of the things. How silly. And indeed, I cannot roll my R's. It's super true. But yeah, some kitty cats don't like coming closer when you meow. Others do. I feel like they're just like, ha, as if I would be fooled by your pale imitation of our sophisticated kitty cat language. How dare you? Oh, and have you guys seen the emote that I recently made? Because it's pretty goofy. Yeah, it's pretty silly. Yeah. It's not like that great, but I do intend to make a better version of it, but it's a start, right? It's a little peekaboo type of thing. It's this guy. Yeah, that's right. I should also re-enable 7TV. Because they have fixed the problem, I'm pretty sure. I will certainly find out here in a moment if they have or not. Okay, there we go. And now I just reload this particular page. Oh, you like it? Oh, goody. Yeah, one of my issues with it is, of course, that it, let's see. What's the word? I don't think I took enough steps to optimize it to function very well at, like, the miniaturized scale of an emote, right? I think I need to reduce the level of, like, detail and make certain items bigger. Like, I need to reduce the number of picket fences. I need to increase the size of each picket fence board. And I need to make the letters bigger. I need to make the eyes bigger. I just need to kind of adjust all those things. I need to make the crosshatch boards of the picket fence smaller. Basically just make it so that the slime actually takes up a bigger portion of the frame. But, you know, you live and you learn. I just was kind of done working on it the evening that I was working on it, and yeah. However, I hope you guys like the way that the slime is basically pulling the fence apart. Did I listen to the sound redeem suggestions yet? Not yet. Let's do that in about maybe an hour or so. A little under it, maybe more like 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah, because that will be when my Adderall will be kicking in, so that I will feel much better about doing that. Indeed. Ta! You just found out that a Noita eating vomit does not make less vomit. Yeah, vomit, the gift that keeps on giving. That's terrible. Oh, God. You know, I'm just reminded of, like, memories of dry heaving and also just, like, bile. Whenever I had, like, the flu one time. It was when I had, H1N1, if you guys remember that particular virus. The swine flu. I remember that I had the swine flu when I was pretty young, and I basically entirely recovered from it in about 36 hours or so. Yeah. Um, which I think should probably put in perspective the potency of my immune system. I just had a pretty serious fever for about that length of time. And, yeah. My body seemed to be able to make the antibodies pretty damn fast. But yes. I do remember that I was at school, and I returned, it was a Friday. Rather, just before school, I was starting to feel kind of bad. And how does a person get over, correct, overcome, forgive themselves about something horrible they did when they were 3? That's a great question, really. You know, I would ask you something similar, like, would you judge somebody else for, like, something awful they did at the age of 3 when they really didn't know any better? Would you still judge them today, even if they fully understood that what they did was wrong? If not, then why are you judging yourself by that standard? If so, why are you judging them so harshly? Right? Because realistically, like, I am of the opinion that if a person expresses genuine contrition, yeah, genuine contrition. And let me just look up the definition of contrition because I love definitions. Definitions are beautiful things. I mean, and that's really valid. So, Meatball, you're in your, like, 40s or 50s, right? And this, whatever this thing is, happened when you were 3. Have you considered that 46 this July, yes? Okay. Have you considered that perhaps 43 years of suffering is enough? Whoever you hurt would probably say yes. Right? I mean, that's a fairly like solid, valid, understandable, and like easily supportable opinion, Schlifu, right? But let's say like let's move it up to a more like feasibly like applicable to everybody's life example for like a lot of things and people, right? Like if I say time doesn't exist and that they were all locked in the present, would you understand it? I do know what you mean. Yeah. I don't agree with the concept, but I do understand it perfectly fine. Because I am an atemporal slime. However, like, as a human being, sure, I get what you mean. Yeah. So, Meatball, what you're describing is what... Actually, you know what? I'll just pull up the paper for you. Give me a sec. Sense of foreshortened future. PTSD. Give me a brief moment to find it. Alrighty, fine. Google, I really don't appreciate how lower the quality is these days of you. Please, will you Google the company? Will you please, for the love of all things everywhere, just stop being so awful again. Here it is, found it. Excellent. Beautiful. Thank God Google Scholar still works. I mean, I agree, yeah, DuckDuckGo is, I like it, but I just am like, why do they make me do these things? Right? Okay, there's that. I'm also going to put it in relevant discussion stuff for you for later. It's a great article, actually. 10 out of 10. I highly recommend. Let's see, because, yeah, what you're describing is a sense of foreshortened future. But that's a separate discussion, because also these things kind of tie into the perceptual modifications and alterations you can expect from, like, suffering from depression, right? And more global thinking, amongst other things. However, that's truly a bit of a separate discussion by comparison with the essence of, like, of temporal perception, right? Because certainly, yes, we're all stuck in the present. Yeah, that's a thing. No doubt, just how it is. But all the same, right? It would be essentially the ideal situation is that you basically have like a pleasant life self narrative that allows you to kind of comfortably exist, not merely in the present, but also in the past and in a hope for, in a sort of state of hope for the future, which then basically, you know, produces a positive affective and mood state. Yeah. And that's generally the way that, you know, ideally things should be. Many a times in life, things are not ideal in this regard, but that's truly separate. Um, but yeah. So, A Bob Without a Hat, let me tell you, Uno is one of my favorite card games ever. In particular, let me tell you about the best Uno deck ever built that has ever existed. Okay? Let me check. Let me make sure it's the exact paper I think it is. Yes, I recommend this one. Strongly, actually. Well, let me look at the PDF to make sure it's exactly the one I think it is, and that it matches with my visual memories of it. Because, yeah. To my recollection, it's fucking fantastic. In fact, if it's the one I think... Yep, that's the one. Yeah. This is one of my all-time favorite papers. Full stop. It's beautiful, and it is a highly relevant paper if you're at all interested in dissociation, dissociative identity disorder. Mind you, separate things, right? Just dissociation in general as a response to, like, trauma and, like, stressors. Dissociative identity disorder separately, just PTSD generally, as well as depression and, like, understanding why people go down the sewer slide as well. It's quite relevant to that. All of these things. But yes. Let me just pick out for you some of my favorite little bibbins. Hi, Mr. Squivel. Little Fravelwiven. So, now, let's read just a brief little tiny tidbit from just the most, what do you call it? Cheery and delightfully happy rainbows and sunshine topic of this article, partially. Hi, Kitty. For instance, Kenny 2010 instead emphasizes the instrumentality of torture. Suffering is intentionally caused in order to elicit a behavioral response. in a situation where the torturer has control over the victim. The two psychiatric diagnoses associated with the effects of torture are major depression and PTSD, which are difficult to tease apart when diagnosed together, as it is debatable what torture consists of, and the kind of experience we describe is not unique to torture victims. It might seem preferable to widen the scope of inquiry to PTSD and depression. However, the diagnostic category, PTSD, admits considerable heterogeneity, and there are also high levels of comorbidity with several other psychiatric conditions. And basically, it goes into like how this is similar to war trauma, amongst many other things, and I believe it basically is referencing things obliquely and indirectly about complex post-traumatic stress disorder, such as the ICD-10 subcategory of enduring personality change after catastrophic experience, right? A hostile and mistrustful attitude towards the world, social withdrawal, feelings of emptiness and hopelessness, a chronic feeling of being on edge, as if constantly threatened, and estrangement. And essentially, Judith Herman's account of what she calls complex PTSD. Oh shit, it's actually mentioned directly. But yeah, essentially, this entire article does a most marvelous, incredible job of going into the nuances and specifics of like how it is that extremely horrific and unpleasant experiences affect a human being who survives, right? And what it does to their like perspective on the world and their sense of time in particular, right? And this also basically goes extremely hand in hand with the reason I ever read this paper is because it's highly super duper relevant to what do you call it? The research I wanted to publish. I guess I published part of it about the physiological consequences of chronic pain, right? And if for those of you who do not fully recall what the long-term physiological consequences of chronic pain are, because they're what I did a bunch of research on, it's pretty simple in a lot of regards. First off, it impairs the immune system. Well, that's short term, but it also does it long term. But in addition to that, of course, if it's severe enough and goes on long enough, you just die. You have a heart attack and die. Simple answer. But additionally, like, all of the bad things that can happen with chronic stress happen with chronic pain. And that's basically one of the central, I guess, points I was making in the paper, because although that may seem uber omega super obvious to y'all, you would be shocked the sheer quantity of researchers and medical doctors who do not necessarily agree with, understand, or accept this pretty obvious truth. Right? And so the paper was thusly necessary and needed to be written. And I managed to get part of it published, but that's fine. But yes, if you're looking for a definition of the word trauma in like most psychological spaces, the best one that I've ever heard was a stressor that the person did not have adequate coping mechanisms to cope with. So a stressor that was beyond the individual's ability to cope with trauma. Simple, eloquent, elegant, and beautiful, as well as informative, simple, and pretty easy to remember. Excellent stuff, really, in terms of definitions. But yeah, it's the good stuff. But yeah, I would absolutely recommend the paper. 10 out of 10. But yes, my favorite Uno deck. So, basically my... Yeah, Bombi?
Oh, I think the kitty cat's been screaming because he wants Bridge.
Oh, do you want to lift him up there? No?
I do not have that in me right now.
That's okay, Bombi. That's why I asked. Yo, Kitty, neither of us can lift you up to the fridge right now. I'll see what I can do when I get up next. But I can't really safely do that right now. Meeple says, "Run! Hi!" And they say, "Hee-wall!" Mm-hmm. But yes, they're going bathroom, but yes. So, you're brushing your teeth, that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Yes. But yeah, so like, it's very interesting topics, but like, at the end of the day, my favorite Uno deck is this one. It's like 5 separate decks, all combined, right? So like, I would say that a good like 12 to 15% of the entire deck is wild cards and wild card draw 4s. Right? So like, it's really, really fun to play with, right? And God, I really need to every time I go over to my friends, I need to remember to like ask if they want to play Uno together, because oh my God, it's such a good deck. And like almost every single time I play with that deck with anybody, we're all just like, I'm certainly cackling wildly by the end, but I find that most everybody is, right. It's just an absolute delight, as like one person is usually stuck holding like 30 or 40 cards, and then there's like 3 other people who are trying to like get rid of a significant number of cards, right? And then it like, as the pace picks up when like, as each person Uno's out, because like because the thing is, like, the way I play it, you don't stop when one person gets Uno. No. You stop when like there's only one player who has not gotten Uno yet, right? And what's fun about this like type of approach to it is it's like well, first off, there's more winners, but also, and that way, if you play 2 rounds, the odds that the same person will be the loser 2 rounds in a row is exceedingly unlikely. So everybody feels better about it. Huh? Really? I thought you didn't like lose 2 rounds of Uno, did you? Yeah. Out of 3, like, but wasn't it like out of 3? Okay, yeah. So out of 3, yeah. Ren got unlucky with the Uno deck, which I understand. It's unfortunate. But generally, that's how we handle it. And, it's a pretty fun deck. Like, I have this great memory, right, of being at a Boy Scout camp many years ago. And I remember I was playing with, like, several different people from, like, a wide variety of different, like, ages. I think there was, like, anywhere between, like, there was, like, 5 years of, like, age between, like, people in, like, so I was, like, 13 or something, and then somebody who was about to turn 18 was there, and then there were several people in between, right? But every single one of us was able to bond over and have a great time playing Uno, right? Around the table, and it was fantastic. And I remember we were all just, like, cackling as, so, like, one person would have, like, 20 or 40 cards, right? But then, suddenly, there would be a massive reversal of fortune because, of course, a person with 20 to 40 cards can probably play 6 to 9, like, consecutive wild card draw 4s, reverses, draw 2 and draw 4 cards, right? So, basically, as you have more, like, your options drastically increase. And if you're, like, paying attention to what the other players have, like, in their hands, you can, like, you can just make it so that no matter what, it's going to be a bunch of cards and colors and numbers that the opposing players, or those with the fewest cards, are going to be ill-equipped to handle. And it's really, really fun, right? Because, like, I remember several times, like, when people thought that somebody was going to win that particular Uno match in a Boy Scout camp, there was, like, fucking, oh, God. It lasted, like, I think it was maybe, like, almost 2 hours. Yeah, the game lasted nearly 2 hours. It probably would have gone faster if we weren't so busy laughing and cackling wildly, because of how funny it was. But basically, The entire thing was just an utter delight. And if you ever have the opportunity to like combine anywhere between 4 and 6 different Uno decks into one Uno deck, I highly recommend it. I think it drastically improves the quality of the game. And it's utter silliness and an absolutely fantastic time. God, I really love Uno. Uno is really one of my favorite games. Let's see. T. And if you guess the card from the Uno deck, it'll be funny. True, true. But yeah. Well, I mean, like, ideally you would get the Uno deck, like the series of Uno decks for free from, or like at really reduced costs. Like just from somebody who had a bunch of Uno decks, right? For example, like a garage sale or something like that. Or an estate sale, or just, I don't know, some business closing or something like that. Something like that. But yeah, I mean, if you can't get the Uno deck, that's fine. Don't worry about it. But you know, if you already have at least one Uno deck, or ideally multiple, or multiple friends of yours have Uno deck, oh boy, well you could be in for a very fun time by mixing them all together. However, it's even funnier to have like all of the Uno decks not even add up into a single full Uno deck. That is far funnier. Especially if like somebody, if you make sure, you basically, you gotta go to the, oh damn, well have fun at the museum, Schleefu. That sounds damn interesting. And like a lot of fun. Be sure to tell us how it goes afterwards. Well, I'll see you soon. Good stuff. Museum? Museum? I'm glad you stopped by, and I hope you have a lovely evening, or day, and whatnot. All the things. But yes, because I'm still collecting data, I run a 2-minute ad. I will be back in 2 minutes. Wait, you made this deck of 168 cards? By hand, one by one. That sounds fantastic, and I love this. That sounds beautiful. If you have pictures, please send them. But I run the 2-minute ad briefly. I'll be right back. Okay. Good stuff here. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I want to do this. Fall down a little ways through the Berserkium. Turn that entire thing directly into gold. Just kind of mosey on over. And then goes directly up. Let's see here. Okay. Good stuff. Very, very tall lake of Berserkium, it seems. It was the giant lava lake, but you know. Even so, I feel like that's a whole lot of Berserkium. But yes, a Bob without a hat, that is absolutely incredible. I am completely and totally amazed by not merely your skill, but also dedication to making an entire 168 card deck by hand. That's amazing. Truly incredible. I am super omega impressed. And again, if you have pictures, I would love to see them. Because that's like one of the coolest things ever. I also really love card games, personally. I think they're delightful. I mean, I grew up on playing like a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! I was never that interested when I was younger in Pokemon, but I became more interested in Pokemon over the years, especially because Ren is quite interested in Pokemon. And, you know, I learned a lot more about it, and I learned that, you know, actually Pokemon is pretty cool. But yeah, I think card games are beautiful and lovely and a whole lot of fun. And they've just got so much going for them. We got to 11 million in the gold department, which that's very good. Okay. You know, I find it very enjoyable to just, like, systematically turn this entire Berserkium Lake, like, not the entire thing, but this entire segment of it into gold. It's quite therapeutic. Especially as I get to go and, like, do the following, where I basically just fall down through it. I turn the entire thing into gold. It is so cool. It's incredible. It's great. It's delightful. But yeah, like, hand making an entire deck of cards, that is super amazing. So yeah. And I think I have an arts and crafts channel in the Discord, but if I don't, oh dear, what have I done to not have such a thing? But yes, that is exactly what I view it as being for. Right, is to kind of, or like, illustrate, or shameless self-promotion as well would work. Or media, any of these things would be fine. But yeah, like, that's so cool. Because, you know, I really wish that, like, okay, so there's this, I love making incredibly fun card games and other types of games. For example, I made several, like, pretty entertaining rule sets for playing billiards or pool. Either one would work. Or snooker, rather. Snooker or pool, either, or billiards, as the case may be. Technically, I think that they also work with that one game with, like, a bunch of mallets. Oh, God. Bridge, maybe? Hey, Bombay. What's that game called with, like, a bunch of mallets and, like, colorful, like, spherical balls you hit with, like, the mallet? Generally in, like, a yard? Croquet! That's the one. Thank you, Bombay. And I agree entirely, Meatball. Yeah, the rule set that I made works for both croquet and billiards and snooker and pool. Hi, kitty. Making sin biscuits, are you? Crockett or some such. I'm sorry, little biscuit man who's making little biscuits full of sin. I'm sorry that you're upset right now. Let me just give you some scritches. Oh, I know, right? The little kitty loves to meow sometimes. I'm so glad to know you could hear it. That is really funny. And I'm sure that the kitty cat is happy to know that his yowls were heard. That only barely. That's very good to know, actually. That's super helpful, but also incredibly funny. But yeah, so like,
I'll go to see now.
yeah, Momo,
I'm going to sleep.
you going to sleep now? Good to know. Good night, love.
And Mr. Man, if you step down, I'll turn your boy on for you.
That's right, kitty man. Love the toy. It could be fun. Or you could just, you know, continue snuggling here. Either is fine. Let's see. Good stuff. But yeah. And that makes sense that if you didn't interact with it and you hadn't anticipated the meowing, you wouldn't have heard it. That tracks. But yeah, it's quite goofy. But yeah, so basically I've made like 6 to 8 different rule sets for billiards and pool, which are some of my favorite games to play if I ever have the opportunity. It's just that, you know, a pool table is gigantic and it's kind of hard to fit anywhere. So I don't often have the opportunity, but back in college, I had the opportunity to play quite frequently. Yeah. And, like, the only, like, pool table near me is, like, one that's in, like, a bar that, like, I don't actually know how frequently the pool table is available for free. I know it's available for free some of the time, but yeah. I certainly don't have enough money to, like, buy a single drink and be able to, like, just stay there for many hours like I would probably want to do playing pool with myself. But, you know, or maybe with other people, it depends. I'm pretty terrible at pool, if I'm going to be totally honest with you. But I have a lot of fun playing it. But basically, the main thrust of how it works is, you want, calling the shots unimportant. Only thing that matters, and like the colors, only somewhat important in some versions of the game if you would like to add a drastic amount of difficulty. But if you would not like to add a bunch of difficulty, basically, you would like to get the maximum number of pool balls into the, whichever, like, holes in the table with the maximum number of collisions possible. And then, each ball that hits the next, there's several different ways you can score it. Some of them are you straight up just multiply each ball's number by the number of times that it's the number of collisions, basically, right? And, yeah. So, for example, if you hit a ball and, well, so basically, you only start counting after you, break the actual, So the first collision does not count. And so basically you're incentivized to use the cue ball to hit another ball. And then send that elsewhere. And that one be acting more like your cue ball, right? And be the one that is functioning the way you would like it to, right? You're incentivized to do things like that. And you're also incentivized, if you're the one breaking, to not get very many of them into the pool table, because it actually drastically increases the difficulty and lowers the overall number of points that can be scored. Because whoever breaks is not going first, technically, because they don't score any points from breaking. Yeah. And you know, it can be. And if that happens, oh well. It's not a big deal, it's just a game. Right? Alternatively, whatever the final ball to go in is, you multiply that ball by the number of collisions. Of secondary collisions, that is, right? And if you get more than one ball in at the same time, you multiply it by the number of different balls you get in at that time. Or pardon me, no, it's an exponent. Yeah. So if you can get 3 balls in this at the same time, and you have many collisions, you're cubing the number. So if you manage to get an extremely good, like, triple collision, getting 3 balls into 3 different, like, holes, you get to cube it. However, depending on which rule set you want to use, you only get to do that if they go into 3 different, like holes in the table, right? And in some other rule sets I made, basically it's like one end's corners count as one segment, the middle ones count as a different segment, and the other ones count as the last segment. And basically, if you wanted to cube your number, your points, you would need to get 1 into one corner, 1 into one of the middle ones, and 1 into the last one, because the so if you got like 2 of them into like one of the like sides corners and then 1 into the middle, it only counts as squaring it. Yeah. So basically, it's an extremely silly, utterly goofy way to score pool. Yeah. That incentivizes trying to predict extremely hard to predict series of collisions. Yeah. It's a terribly stupid way to do things. I mean, it's a lot of fun, but it's terribly stupid. But then again, like, a whole lot of different types of games are pretty terribly stupid. That said, it wouldn't actually be that, like, difficult to make some type of automated, like, point calculator, right? Or to make it into some type of, like, video game simulation of like, pool, to, like, implement that as, like, a way to score it. So, I guess it's got a lot of utility in that specific way, but as, like, a game, it's part of why I never decided to do anything with this particular way of scoring, right? Like, I actually have an entire book, like, an entire notebook. It's entirely full of how to play commonplace games you probably already own in new and interesting ways. So it includes, like, the unusual as all hell Scrabble rules that my family uses. They include, but are not limited to, you start with 10 tiles, and you can use words from at least 2 languages. You can use some proper nouns, and every single tile that multiplies and or like and whatnot, like the points, it's not like a first come first serve thing. If you can make multiple words with it, you can use it multiple times. I found that it makes the game a whole lot more fun. Yeah. It also results in absolute stupidity. And then there's a very hilarious rule that we only ever did a few times, but every time we did, it was unhinged. So, you know the blank tiles in Scrabble? What do you think the most unhinged rule to let those tiles be used for is? By all means, I'd love to hear you guys' opinions. Because, yeah, it's a doozy. Have you never played Scrabble? Really? Meatball? You've never played Scrabble? Oh no! Oh my god, a bob without a hat? That's actually a really good idea that could be extremely goofy and fun. No, it's that but it's actually a good guess too. The way we used the blank tile in a few of our games that we did was a space. Meaning you could now do compound like multiple words, but only a couple of them in the entire game, right? Because there's only like the 2 blank tiles. Also, I love Yahtzee, but we could talk about Yahtzee in a sec. But like, think about how utterly unhinged that is, right? That means that like something like air traffic can now be one word, right? Or select fire. So like the other one is it could be a dash also, like a hyphen. Yeah. I know, right? Isn't that like the most nonsensically unhinged thing ever? Make a word cost 1 less for each blank tile. That's actually really interesting, yeah. Oh, Meatball, let me be real with you. I don't like competing ever in anything. I've had enough of it in my life. I'm so done competing with people in anything. Yeah, I'm not into it. So you're in good company. Because to me, yeah, I love so now let me just start with what is are you guys' experiences with Settlers of Catan? Let's start there, okay? Because I'm curious. I have quite a lot to say about Settlers of Catan. Oh god, I cannot believe that fucking game. Yeah, but please, I would love to know how y'all feel about that game. Because it's a weird one, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. And I agree with you, a Bob without a hat. Just don't focus on winning in a competitive game, and the problem is solved. And I actually fully and completely agree with you. And I absolutely love that. The game Settlers of Catan. Let me pull it up. Let me pull up a little... let me make sure I can spell it right. Settlers. There it is. Found it. Okay. It's an extremely... I only played the game one time. One time. Or I guess it was one instance, but I think we played like 3 games. Yeah. And fun fact, in Orthodox Christianity, you're an atheist, any kind of competition is a no-no. It stems from the other no-no of comparing people ever. That is a very unusual bit of doctrine that I think is probably maybe even straight up specific to whatever church you're referring to, because I am fairly well versed in a lot of different types of Christianity, and I've never actually heard of the no competition bit, because that would mean that like they straight up disapprove of like capitalism, and that would be extremely bizarre and interesting. So, oh, and give me a sec. I'll get you the Discord link. Yeah, give me a sec. But yeah, so Settlers of Catan. Oh god. It's if you find the correct people to play the game with, who are not trying to just like be super competitive about it and just like fuck each other over and win, and in a way that like fucks each other over, I actually think it has genuine capacity to be one of the most fun tabletop games ever. The problem is the victory condition. The victory condition is singular player focused. It's not a cooperative thing, right? So you're actually incentivized to basically make it so that you're the other players have famines and get robbed by bandits and have a bunch of their sheep and other resources die. It's fucked up, man. Pause, you say? But yeah, and we could get into the discussion about Christianity and whatnot, but that's a whole thing, and I am happy to have a said discussion. But I'm talking about Settlers of Catan right now, because Settlers of Catan, man, I was so disappointed when I played it, right? Because I just wanted everybody to thrive together, right? And I was so upset that the victory condition of whoever builds the longest road gets you one of the victory points. Whoever, I think it's, has the most, houses or cities or something built, gets the the next one, right? And then a few other things determine, whoever has the most resources when the, other things get done, right? Contract bridge? What is that? Give me a link. What is that? Never heard of it. But what I want to know is why they would ruin such a fantastic game idea with needless competition and making it only one person gets to win type of game when you had every opportunity there to make it a game where, okay, victory condition, everybody has 3 houses and 5 to 10 roads, right? And there you go. If you manage that, everybody wins, right? Now, that sounds fucking amazing and a whole lot of fun to me, right? I would have a lot of fun with that, right? Because it would because trading in the game is perfectly allowed. However, when I played it, one of the jerks I was playing with didn't ever want to fucking trade, right? Despite the fact that he had plenty of shit that was extra. He intentionally deprived other players of the resources that he monopolized, right? Explicitly so that he could be the one who built the road first. And mind you, this of course was everybody else's first time playing this goddamn game. So I'm just bruh, why are you being such a dick about this? Why are you being so unbelievably hyper competitive? And I'm just why don't we just agree to change the victory condition to something where everybody gets to be, fairly satisfied and happy and have a great goddamn time? Why did it not occur to you to do that as the person who's played a bunch of this game, huh? You should understand better than anybody the fucking flaws with this game, right? So that's yes, my perspective on that. But let me see, what channel do you send the deck and whatnot in? Let's go with actually, I'm gonna make another one real quick. It's gonna be cool stuff. No, not called. Cool stuff community people did or made. Good. We'll go with that. Ditto are made. Cool's tough. Community or commune itty or itty people. Ditto are made. Or more colloquially, cool stuff community people did or made. That's ridiculous. Okay, let me see. Contract bridge. Let's see, what the hell is this shit? Let's find out. What the fuck? Oh my god, don't tell me it's this thing. Trick-taking card game using a stand. What the fuck's a trick-taking card game? Never heard of such a thing. In which play of a hand centers on a series of finite rounds or units of play called... What in the fuck is this? I've never heard of this type of way to phrase that shit. That is like one of the, that to me is like hearing people talk about the spell like system in Noita as like a card discard and draw thing for the first time. It's like, I'm sorry, what? But I'm sure it's a fine way to like do things, but Jesus, like what? It's such a weird way to do that, man. Okay, so number of deals, that makes sense. Call or bid an auction seeking to take the contract, specifying how many tricks the partnership receiving the contract. What in the ever-loving fuck is this nonsense? This is so strange. I might hate it. I might actually hate this. Yeah, I think I hate it. Yeah. Yeah, the more I'm reading, the more I despise it. What if lawyering was a card game? Oh my god, you're so right though. Like that's so on point. Oh, oops. It seems that I want to set. Let's do this. Do. Lovely. Nice. Good stuff. I could hear my stream for a second, which is, of course, unacceptable. I can't be listening to my own stream. I mean, that's more of a joke, but yeah. It's like, yeah, I don't want a feedback thing. Yeah, like, that's like a lot of, like, articles for one game like that. Honestly, I strongly prefer the Fallout New Vegas Caravan. That's a really fun game, if you ask me. Like, I really wish that, I would love to play Caravan with people. It's like a really fun sort of game, right? And it's a great thing that you can, like, do with all of your leftover deck. Like decks and whatnot that don't, like, that are basically just incomplete decks because people lost all the cards, right? It's a great way to make use of them, you know? And I absolutely freaking love that. I think it's beautiful. But yeah, Settlers of Catan, let me tell you what. I think that with that game, they had the possibility to be making a game that, like, was one of, like, the very best, like, cooperative sort of, not just team building, but straight up, like, community building and, like, mutual flourishing type of games ever made. Instead, do you want to know what Settlers of Catan is basically known for? What would you guys guess that this game is known for? What its reputation is. Try not to look it up, but I'm curious what your guess would be based on what I've told you so far. Or if you already know, do tell. You got Meatball's got no idea. That's valid. It's older than most people think. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it is a good bit older than people think, yeah. So, to my understanding, one of its defining features that most people are aware of is it ruins friendships. I bet that a lot of people who enjoy Settlers of Catan would probably enjoy Warhammer, certain aspects of the game, like the naturally the tabletop game version. Yeah, there is another game that does that, surely, yes. However, but Settlers of Catan is one of the things that it was well known for. Is absolutely destroying people's friendships. Now, I can understand why, and I genuinely believe its singular flaw. Oh, thank you very much, Old Man Windbreaker, and welcome on in. Thank you, and thank you also for using the new emote. I hope you like it. Oh yeah, Monopoly. Yeah, Monopoly. So, Monopoly's flaws actually go a lot deeper. We'll get into that in a sec, but there's actually a lot to be said about Monopoly, what's good about it and what's not. What makes it fun, what makes it unfun, and how to fix it. But Settlers of Catan, genuinely, I think the only thing you need to change about that game is the victory condition. Right? Change the victory condition to all of the players having like two cities or like two or three like large cities, and then having at least 5 or 10 segments of road connecting like one end of the map to the other and all of the different places, right? So basically have a thriving trade relationship or trade empire between a lot of you, right? There you go. You have made the game drastically less toxic, a whole lot more fun, and everybody there at the end of it will feel like they accomplished something and will feel as though they had a great time, right? Whereas now, only one player gets to win, right? That's bad enough as it is. And furthermore, you are incentivized to monopolize resources and make sure that other people waste their resources and cannot spend it, and have their resources die to things like famine, being stolen by various bandits or whatnot, or to basically pressure them into desperately needing some type of resource so badly that they trade you their own resources at like a 4-to-1 deficit, right? So they have to give you 4 of the resources, and you only have to give them 1 for each, right? And that's like such a douchebag thing to do, and you're highly incentivized to do that, right? And I really despise that. I think it's a terrible thing for the game to do. And I think that the game could really have been a lot of fun if, like, it was just a let's all flourish and thrive together as the victory condition, you know? Because frankly, the actual fun of that game is not really in the winning part, I would say. I would say that we're trying to win even. The fun of that particular game is actually just the process, you know? I mean, yeah, I would love to design a game. I mean, frankly, what I like about Settlers of Catan is, in part, that you don't need to do anything. You don't need to change a goddamn thing except the victory condition, so it's just an easy win. But yes, I'm happy to design games where you have to cooperate to win. Those are some of my favorite types of games. For example, a really fun sort of game, I think you can actually do it for any type of game at all, including pool, or billiards, or snooker. For example, in order to win, neither player wins unless you guys you can basically only put the balls in the ascending order. So 1 must go in first, 2 must go in second. However, each player is either stripes or solids. So basically that means that but you still basically have to go a second time after you get a particular ball in. So that means you need to be strategic about how and what you hit and where you reposition it, and you would be incentivized to move the cue ball into a spot advantageous for the other player, especially if, you know, you're only both going to win if both of you win, right? There you go. So, like, the key to any type of game to make cooperation, like, the biggest, like, part of it is that the victory condition must rely upon all parties. But also, it needs to be achievable, and you basically can't add any complications to the victory condition, right? Because if I were to instead add the player who gets the most consecutive, like, or rather, like, the player that gets the most pool balls in while going, like, in sequence upwards, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they get the most of their like color, like solids or stripes in. Suddenly, it's no longer a team building game. It's a who can fuck the other person over at the very end of the game, right? And, you know, whereas again, if and the same actually kind of goes for if, like, accidentally putting one of the other balls that, like, is not in sequence, having that one go in before the others, making that an automatic loss condition actually is bad. And here's why. Because it turns the situation into one where basically the other player might be incentivized to make the other person lose by, you know, positioning the wrong ball in front of their cue ball and, like, putting the cue ball in a very awkward bad position. Yeah. So, like, these things all matter. They're all quite interesting for game design. So, think of solitaire. One player is playing against chance, so to speak, and it's their skill alone and chance, to some extent, that determines victory. We design a game where the victory is determined not by the skill of any single player, but the quality of their cooperation. Yeah, now this is actually why I think that I know I'm focusing on the Settlers of Catan kind of hard here, but it's in part because I love it so much in theory, right? Because the biggest problem is that in practice, people play it competitively for victory, right? Because, like, it's set up around, like, victory points, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the victory points is, like, longest road, and one of the other ones is, like, having a road that goes from one end of the map to the other. Shit like that. Whereas I think that game, everything about it is designed to and they can't just look at each other's inventory and discuss how to play. Interesting. Well, that's actually quite fascinating. So, Settlers of Catan does have, like, one. Like, you couldn't quite fulfill those conditions because you're allowed to, like, talk to the other players and trade, right? However, it could be interesting if the only real way you could communicate to the other players is through trade deals, basically, right? And simply accepting it or refusing it. Now that would be interesting, right? Very fascinating indeed. But, like, I find that, yeah, because basically what's nice about that, like, whole system is that, like, you could basically set it up so that trade is, like, very incentivized. That could be a whole lot of fun. But there is a game like that. It says Bob Without a Hat. Every player gets some letter cards. They have to form a predetermined word of them, while only being able to say they have vowels or duplicates or something like that. Like that. Oh, yeah. I think I've actually heard of this type of thing, right? Ideally, because I've seen a lot of, like, what I would call, like, cooperation exercises that are not, like, proper games, you know? They're not the type of thing you go out of your way to play. Now, ideally, because to me, a fun game should be, I suppose, relatively low effort, right? especially if you want it to be about cooperation, Um, because and even more so if you want like actual kids to be playing it, because then it will teach the implicit lesson that cooperation isn't that hard. It can be difficult to communicate, but that doing so is usually worthwhile. That's a good lesson to teach, right? Implicitly. And so that's always a damn good thing. I suppose if I haven't told you guys, I've done a whole bunch of research into early childhood education and stuff like that. And so it's something I care about a lot and whatnot. Yeah. But yeah, it's a lot of fun and it's real interesting and good stuff. In particular, because like I am a pretty big firm believer that a lot of like society's problems could be solved within about 2 lifetimes with the correct early childhood interventions for like teaching kids certain key skills like communication, how to like regulate their emotions, empathy, which is a skill you can teach, by the way, in case you were unaware, and amongst a few other things like I actually had a whole list and an entire paper written partially about it, but like it, generally speaking, I would say that it's kind of objectively the case that you could drastically reduce most of society's ills with such an intervention. And I'm glad you agree, Bob Without a Hat, because yeah, like with the correct childhood interventions, like, and yeah, it could absolutely be done. And Bob Without a Hat, if you happen to be going into like any type of university, I'm open to other people stealing my ideas, frankly, because I'm not going to be going into academia. Certainly credit would be nice, but I could live without it, frankly, because I would just want the interventions to happen. Because like there's several really like easy things to do that could basically drastically reduce the incidence of like various really serious mental health issues, including depression, by the way, because you can basically drastically reduce the incidence of depression if you oh, yes, Kitty. He went. I think he's a sleepy little guy. He's got some feelings. But yeah, you can basically reduce the incidence of things like depression amongst basically every other form of what's called the word is psychopathology. It just means mental illnesses of all kinds. But yeah, that's what that word means. It sounds a lot more serious and big and nasty than it is. It means everything from narcissistic personality disorder all the way over to just ordinary depression, right? That's just what the word means. It just means developing some type of mental illness. Yeah, psychopathology. Yeah, that's what it is when it's referring to a phenomenon. But yes, you are correct. The study of all mental illnesses is also psychopathology. And essentially, you can basically drastically reduce all forms of psychopathology by equipping people with better coping mechanisms, right? And fundamentally, Stody, I say, Stody, indeed. Illness, logo, Stody, interesting. It's like a stoat. It's a stoat that studies, a Stody. Or is it like a tote that that studies, studying tote, the Stody. But essentially, like you can basically do a whole dealio where it comes back to the definition of trauma, I guess. A stressor that is beyond your ability to cope with. If you teach people a great variety of like coping mechanisms at a very young age, like preschool, odds are that the number of people who end up with any type of psychopathology will be reduced very significantly. You sent pictures. You already very good. I shall take a look at them very shortly. But yeah, and it's like the nice thing about it is that like it also increased like workers like profitability, like their ability to like do various work. It would I mean, it would do everything good for every interested party. Like, and it would basically there is no reasonable reason not to do this particular thing. It would definitely be the type of thing you could bill pretty easily as like truly and veritably like a non-political issue. And that's certainly how I would go about it if I were to try to implement it ever, but, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't really intend to get involved in politics this life any further. Because I am far too, I guess, poor, tired, and lacking entirely in any sort of, like, meaningful ability to change the world at the moment that I have no real reason to. And of course, I'm so damn disabled, it's kind of impossible. But yeah. But essentially, like, you could look at the whole, like, idea as by providing people better communication skills and just, like, coping skills in general, even people in, like, really bad life situations will be more likely to turn out better and be less likely to propagate the cycle known as the intergenerational transmission of trauma. Right? I'm sure you have heard of this idea and seen it like portrayed in various types of media, where like you know the whatever ways in which like one's parents were inadequate. Typically, you know, a person may end up like repeating those same like mistakes and inadequacies and like hurting their kids in very similar ways, and such is the transmission of intergenerational trauma. And this is often entirely unintentional, mostly actually entirely unintentional, that process. But yeah. So it's just one of those things where you could basically eventually reduce the incidence of psychopathology in the population, like all mental illness, incredibly, just by altering the manner in which kids are taught certain like topics, right? And just making sure that like actually communicating with people and like learning to get along with one another, as well as how to like cope with your own feelings, is just included as basic curriculum. And because the thing is, there is definite, very real research that talks about highly effective ways to cope and other such things, that it's not really so much of a question of like what should you teach the kids. It's like what's the most simple, stripped down, but like effective and like actually functional like set of things to teach them that would be easy enough to implement and very difficult to screw up in harmful ways, right? And all of those questions are, of course, things that can be answered empirically with a few studies. Right? And, yeah. That was definitely something I wanted, one of the options I wanted to do with my academic career earlier on, when I thought that like doing that would be still be feasible, right? Having an academic career, that is. Yeah. Rock and roll. I'm gonna run a little quick little 2-minute ad while I look at the pictures. I will be right back. Ooh. Wow. that is so cool. That is so much fun. How lovely. Hee hee. Oh wow, that's cool. That's amazing, actually. Wow. It's beautiful. I love that. I love the deck you made. It's beautiful. I'll definitely say it again in the likely event that Ad made it so it could no hear me. Oh, you're quite welcome. But yeah, like I think it's really awesome and really cool. And I totally get that. Like, you know, sometimes you just don't got no money for the things. And so sometimes what you got is effort, energy, and time. And I love that kind of thing, you know? I would so be down to play Uno on such a deck. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I'm just real impressed with the effort and, honestly, the reasonable level of quality of them, like, you know, given all the other things, as well as the, you know, like, your solution for the colors, right? Because that technically also makes it a colorblind functional Uno deck, which is nice. Yeah. And, like, I think that's fan freaking tastic, truly. And, you know, speaking of alchemical symbols and the like, so the other day, I had to explain to one of my D&D players, like, how it is that the pursuit of all wizards and magicians in any D&D world where alchemy is a thing, right, is related to the pursuit of all alchemy, which is the alchemical rebus, right? The living embodiment of, like, masculine and feminine energies in one being and creature, right? The stable, I guess, integration of opposites, right? Into, like, form and function of some sort, right? Also maybe called the Philosopher's Stone and whatnot, and how these things kind of, like, and he was trying to be like, well, how would my character know that? And it's like, bro, your character studied magic. All fucking people with all their magic, and like all magic things would be related back to alchemy, because, like, in D&D, the principles of alchemy are, like, provably true in a lot of regards. Which, first off, that's crazy. That's insane. Right? But, you know, like, man, it was a hell of a thing, because I don't think that they had as much of a background as I had thought that they had in alchemy. And, you know, like, so it was a whole thing, you know. And I was like, bro, of course your character knows about the thing. And, like, because it basically was talking, because we were just discussing the themes of the campaign, I guess. And they were struggling to grasp how their character would know certain things. And, frankly, they often struggle with that sort of thing. But the answer to that question is usually their character learned about it, but they kind of forgot about it, but because, you know, it's very easy to forget stuff in a D&D campaign, right? You know, like, especially when it's going on for like 6 or 8 years, like this one has been. Yeah. Same game, same players, for the most part, anyway. And certainly that player has been here the whole time. Hey, 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 Roska, how you doing? Right now we are discussing the alchemical rebus, the integration of like basically just an ancient idea of like I guess enlightenment meets the philosopher's stone, basically. And we're also discussing Uno and why settlers of Catan should have a different victory condition that involves everybody flourishing together, and how that would make it a great game. Oh yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, fucking alchemical, like, ancient alchemical ideas are, like, obscenely complicated. Like, unreasonably so. Like, it does not, it has no right to be as complicated as it is, but yeah. Frankly, I'm having an absolute ball yapping about Settlers of Catan, and the fact that it should just, like, that it was so close to being a perfect game, and then they fucked up the victory condition. Because if they had a better victory condition, it'd be a good game. It'd be a great game, actually. Hey, 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 Coitus, welcome on in. Gotta go back to school in a little less than an hour. Dang, what are you going to school for, out of curiosity, Roska? I am quite curious. And how are you doing today, Coitus? I hope you are enjoying the Settlers of Catan talk we're having today about how the developers of that game really, you know, fumbled the bag with, you're in high school. I see, makes sense. I got you. These things do be happening. Interesting. A little unexpected, but, cause, you know, you certainly looked quite like you were not in high school, frankly. But hey, that's just how some people be. But hey, that's alright. No worries. Yeah, it's often a struggle to figure out, like, what you want to study for a lot of people. And, like, yeah, depending on, like, what country you're in, certain things are obviously better choices, you know? And the real question of it being, like, a meaningful thing that will, like, make you happy to do, oh god, no, that one's, that's never easy to figure out. So, Coitus, have you ever played Settlers of Catan? Do you know about the game at all? Hello, hello, welcome on in, first-time chatter, Quartz22, or Quart22. Oh, you actually know the game? Well, that's actually much easier on me. But yeah, so like, Settlers of Catan could have been a fantastic team building, friendship building, rather than friendship destroying sort of game that, like, makes people happy. And, like, if they had changed the victory condition, instead of, like, victory points from longest road, like, building a road from one side of the map to the other, shit like that, make the victory condition basically each player having multiple cities, and, like, a certain number of road tiles, and being interconnected with a certain number of the other players, like, locales, right? And basically having traded a certain number of times with each other if you really want to go very overt with making the people cooperate. I think that last one would be too much. But realistically, I think it'd be so much fun, right? Because when I played that game, all I could keep thinking was, if everybody wasn't trying to prevent everybody else from, like, flourishing, this would be a lot more fun. Because when Ren and I were playing, we were, like, sharing resources readily. But a lot of the other people were intentionally, like, doing asset denial, right? Like, they had a monopoly on a resource for the most part, and they were like, okay, We're just gonna make it so that y'all can't build buildings because we have all the bricks and you have none. And of course, this is our first time playing, so I didn't know that like I was gonna need a bunch of bricks, right? Neither did Ren. So I didn't set it up that way. Yeah. I mean, hey, that's totally understandable, Coitus. I mean, the game is set up in that particular sort of way, right? So I get it. For a little money, you can pay a printed version of your card games. That do sound fun. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I mean, so some people, like, are a lot more into the competition aspects of gaming. I never really have been. To me, I'm always okay with losing games because I know that winning means more to other people. For example, Ren cares a lot more about winning. And it's not that I'll like intentionally lose, right? But it's that I am a lot less incentivized to try hard, right? But also, I'm never really going to be upset if I lose. You know? Because I'm just trying to have fun. And winning for me has never really been a very big source of satisfaction for me. I guess it's just... I mean, it's nice, it's good, I like it, but it's not that great. You used to like video games that I played Outer Worlds. That's very funny. Meaty ball. Meaty. Stinky ball. Oh no. That's very silly. That's very funny. But yeah, like the thing is, I don't blame the players, right? I don't think the players are at fault for behaving in sort of like toxic and competitive ways. I actually think that straight up, it is the game developer's fault for selecting a bad win condition that promotes too much strife and competition. Right? And introducing some type of like failure state and victory state. I'm glad you agree, yeah, because like, and also yes, rip to your win streak to a RoboCop. That is rough. Yeah, that is extremely rough. Yeah. See. But yeah, like I find that making the game actually like, because it's one thing if you want it to be super competitive, that's fine. But also, maybe consider the fact that it would be more profitable if you included other game modes in, like, as, like, rule sets, right? So you just include in your rule set, like, a cooperative mode, right? But I'm fairly certain that they've done no such thing. I feel like I would have heard about that one. It's possible I wouldn't have, but I'm pretty goddamn sure they never did any such thing. Even though they are well known for, like, being rather exploitative with the number of, like, I would call them the equivalent of DLCs, but for a board game. Expansion packs, there we go, that's what they're called. Gosh, that's very funny that I forgot that one. And also, anybody who is familiar with Dungeon Dice Monsters, that's a pretty fun game. I wish it was more. It had been more popular. That is to say, the I guess calling it a Yu-Gi-Oh spin-off is not quite exactly accurate, but I guess sort of. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh spin-off of a sort, but not exactly. I really like that game. And I actually really strongly agree with that, Coitus, right? So, my one and only experience playing Settlers of Catan, it's actually a really weird story. Ren and I had only been dating for like a few months. And one of Ren's friends invited them to, from one of their classes in college, invited them to a board game night. And we came to find out later some very interesting things. But from our perspective, right, we were invited to the board game night, and there were going to be some other people there. That was fine, no issues. And Ren knew one of them, or two of them, and not the other one. And that one of them was the person he really didn't know was friends with the person that Ren knew the least. And he was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And this all becomes quite important very quickly. When eventually, I pull up in my car, I arrive, I walk in, only to see the woman that I'd broken up with. Like, rather, I would say that, I guess now, I mean, I guess it's more accurate to say they broke up with me. However, I was definitely like, I'll probably break up with you soon if you don't stop being mean. But yeah, you know how that sort of shit is. It was not quite mutual, but it was close. And for me, I hadn't spoken to him in years, right? But I came to find out that this was an intentional ambush. That there had been premeditation in all but one person there's part to try to make me uncomfortable somehow. Man did this and do the same to Ren. And man did that fail miserably and actually hilariously on every single level. The story is really quite wild and interesting. So I walk in, see my ex, and I've got Ren with me, and I'm like, oh, well, it's good to see you. Name, and I was just like, you look to be doing well. I'm glad you seem to be doing well. Are you? And it's like, and then of course they're like flustered as all hell that I'm not like upset or like having a lot of feelings about this, right? And like I am having some feelings, like, why are you here? Question mark. This is interesting, unusual. I didn't really think much of it, truly. But within like 5 or 10 minutes, it became very clear that whatever reaction they wanted from me, they did not get. And they were just quite uncomfortable. And definitely, I was thinking to myself, this was awfully rude to Ren, wasn't it? And but that's not where the rudeness stopped. It was really quite like one of the strangest interactions I've probably had in my life, because it was just a board game night, right? And yeah, it is a good idea, yeah. And basically, and that is true, the idea is still floating. And I am in part addressing what you're saying, Coitus, with the not like hating when people don't play to win. They just play to ruin your game, because one of the people there was doing just that. Right? So this is my first time playing Settlers of Catan, and I was actually really rather enjoying it. It seemed like a neat game, and I was like, how cool. What a cool little thing, right? And first off, I only came to find out that they allowed Ren to pick a suboptimal tile, despite understanding the way the game worked. And I still am a bit pissed off at those people for doing that. How dare they? Had I known better, I would have advised them otherwise. However, that led to them having a resource deficit the entire game. And that's fucked up, man. You should tell a new player something like that. And it wasn't like there were no other tiles, right? There were. And I'm just like, Jesus, man. That's not okay. And so, it's one thing to be rude to me and, try to ambush me for whatever, weird and unusual reason that they were trying to ambush me to get me to react in whatever way. And the reason we know this is because we got, verbal confirmation of it from the person who was still friends with Ren after this whole, debacle. Right? Oh, yeah, and that is very true, Coitus, that, yeah, co-op games suffer from backseating. It's true, and we used to backseat each other a lot, but backseating co-op games like Arkham, etc. I played Arkham Asylum for a while when I the Batman game whenever I rented it from the library one time. It was one of the Arkham games, but I don't remember much about it. It wasn't that impressive to me. It was fun, but it wasn't like that super impressive. I didn't actually finish the game. I didn't have time to, but like it was good enough. It was like, but yeah. What's bonkers about this entire story with the Settlers of Catan, right, is that first off, did my ex, like, even know me? I've told them several times. I'm not the type of person to really feel strong jealousy. Like, ever. Like, quite a lot of very unusual circumstances need to occur for me to feel really serious and strong jealousy in general, right? And I said as much. They knew this, right? Like, so I'm not quite sure what they were exactly they were expecting. I kind of, yeah, it's yeah, like, Bob without a hat. You also don't feel very much very strong jealousy. I get that a lot, really. I totally feel that. Like, it's again, like, a lot of things have to go wrong for me to be feeling like very serious jealousy of any variety. Or if there is some jealousy, it's just like such a small little thing. Such a small little voice and feeling in the pit of my stomach, right? Just like, compared to basically every other feeling I'm having, this is quite unimpressive. Insubstantial. Like a tiny little guy. Yeah, Coitus, I relate to that quite a lot. I think this is probably something that a lot of neurodivergent people relate to, right? Where, like, a lot of people want some type of reaction out of you, and that, like, not doing that really upsets them. Yeah, I've actually had, like, I only ever had, like, one ex where that, like, was part of why we ended up breaking up was the lack of reaction to certain things. But to be fair, like, there was a lot of other reasons I broke up. Like, we broke things off. Like, that one, that one was what I'm talking about. That one, that was very mutual. We were just like, whatever. It was just like, our preferences for most everything just did not line up. It was strange. I'm not going into that one. That was a whole ass thing. But basically, like, I find that there seem to just be a lot of people where, like, I feel like it must be some type of thing where they want, like, I presume it was something where they, like, my ex wanted me to, like, feel jealous that they looked to be doing well, maybe? When in reality, I was just, like, super happy to know that they were doing well because, of course, they ghosted me a long time ago and not provided really any indication that they were even alive, right? So I was just really pleased to know that they were doing well, that life was treating them good. And I think I asked them a couple of, like, very general but very normal ass pleasant questions, like, I hope you've been doing well and that life's treating you pretty good. And I think I maybe asked them, like, I wanted to ask them a few things that were more personal, but of course I obviously opted not to because it would be inappropriate, right? And so I was just, like, very cordial and polite, as you ought to be. But my God, did they not see that shit coming, it seems. And so ensues a 3 to 4 hour board game, like, thing where my ex is just trying to avoid eye contact with me out of presumably unbelievably massive embarrassment that A, they had so thoroughly misjudged how I'd react, And B, that I wasn't even upset that they ambushed me, right? And it was really quite funny. Hey, 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 Dark Box, welcome on in. I'm telling a really goofy ass story. I'm telling a story of how an ex kind of like ambushed myself and Ren at a board game night one time. And how they expected it. I have no idea what they expected actually, but that it was I did not react how they wanted, and I was just very cordial and polite, and it upset them deeply. It seems because they looked very uncomfy the whole time when I was just like, "Oh, good, somebody I cared a lot for is doing well, happy." I was just sitting here feeling happiness and compersion. It was like, "Oh, good, you're doing well. That's nice." But then they were just like sitting there just uncomfy as all hell, and I'm just like, I don't get why. And Ren was also doing but then of course they didn't like give Ren a proper like briefing on the rules for Settlers of Catan, which that's the true unforgivable crime really. But that wasn't like my ex's fault. That was the person who's like board game house or board game place it was, right? And then that guy specifically played both to win and to fuck over other players, which and like especially in the later game, right? Because the thing was, he was in such a massive lead. There was no reason to keep holding on to all of his bricks. He could have like traded bricks and like because I had just so many like sheep and like grain and other things that it was just like, come on, guy, you just stalling out us building our little like kingdoms here for no reason. You're gonna win no matter what. Who cares? And of course, because we didn't even really truly understand the victory condition of the game, so we were just having fun like building up things. And that brought me to my point about Settlers of Catan needing. Oh, I see. My character needs food. Needing a better victory condition, and that because it lacks a better victory condition that is more cooperative, that this kind of makes the game meh. And that what could have been an awesome game became, at best, very mediocre. But at worst, I've heard people like legitimately ending friendships over Settlers of Catan. So, like, yeah. It's just really quite baffling. So that was a strange and baffling experience. But, you know, that's okay. You gotta eat lunch, and I agree. It's just the game. Why you have to be mad? So true. So true. Speaking of which, I think that I might when I'm dealing with Schlifu's sound effects, I think that I'm going to indeed. I'm glad you thought that the thing was funny. That's good. Because, yeah, that story, I was hoping it's funny, but, you know, I'm not actually sure. I found the entire experience very surreal, frankly. Like, it was such a weird experience. But I was deeply happy to have gotten to play Settlers of Catan. But I hope your lunch is tasty. Hope you have good lunch. Because, yeah, like, Settlers of Catan is definitely a game that just has so many pieces and shit. There's just like, how in the hell is a normal person supposed to actually have all of the, like, boards and shit to be able to play that crap? And the answer is they're not. Like, it just requires too much. Too much stuff. Okay. Let's make some more worm blood to eat. Nom 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 nom. Good shit. Yeah, I think a lot of neurodivergent people have peculiar experiences like that. Especially people who don't experience a whole heck of a lot of, and you got it, Bob. No worries. I feel you. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people just, don't so much. I feel like a lot of people don't get the vibes around compersion, right? If you guys don't know about compersion, it's yet another great word. I shall pull up the definition here. Give me a sec. Now, I think it's. I would actually say that the word is a bit more complicated than this, but here's one of the definitions that came up. Um, it's basically, at its core, vicarious joy. Right? So, compersion is basically just. So, like, most often, it is used when referring in specific to, say, when a person is like a partner, a romantic or sexual partner, feels joy or love with another person. You feel compersion. You're like, I'm happy that you're happy. However, this particular feeling goes well and truly beyond such a narrow carve out for it, because at its core it is the idea of vicarious joy. So when other people have nice things happen to them, being able to feel genuinely happy for them is compersion, right? And jealousy, in large part, is generally speaking at odds with such things. And frankly, yeah, it's a really complicated ass thing, right? But like, yeah, like it most often comes up like in discussions of things like ethical non-monogamy, right? And polycules and the like. But it comes up a lot of other places. Realistically, like especially if you expand its like application to like being vicarious joy, right? Because vicarious joy is a fairly common experience, you know. Like when things go nicely for people, it's good and nice. I also read a damn interesting study earlier today or yesterday or something, or last evening about a basically it looked at I guess it was the amount of satisfaction and joy people got, in particular children, got from helping the idea of helping certain people, or just helping a basically just a random person is kind of the idea, and how it differs in some cultures between whether the person asked for help or not. And in more individualistic cultures, I mean, okay, the evidence, I will say, the evidence, I think that they mentioned a few very notable and relevant limitations that I think mean that one of two conclusions is possible, but I'll get into what the secondary one is. But it does show that at least one of these is the case. But the idea is basically that, so the Ecuadorian children, ones from Ecuador that is, tended to not report a difference between how happy it would make them feel to help the random person, whether they asked or not for help, right? Whereas those from India, those from America, and I believe the third one was like Canada, maybe, or somewhere else. Maybe it was England. I don't remember. But it was another like high socioeconomic status country that from those countries, they reported feeling lower levels of satisfaction for helping people if the person asked for help. Is that interesting or what? Messed up, but interesting. You are very correct, a Bob without a hat. That in like American countries, just places with higher like socioeconomic status and like higher inequality, because all the places listed had much higher inequality levels, right? Yeah, as well as higher socioeconomic status. So even though the authors didn't link the inequality in there, because the inequality is linked to these other things, I would argue very strongly that, you know, it could be an important third variable that wasn't measured, but well, yeah, that's not really because we know like that these places have a lot of inequality. You know, separate discussion. But then, of course, the Ecuadorian children, there is less inequality around them. In particular, because one of the limitations of the data was that the Ecuadorian children were from a rural area, whereas the rest, there was a mix of rural and city dwelling people and whatnot, which is the important limitation I mentioned. However, if we look at it like what do you call it? Like inequality is an important factor, which it should be, because people are just generally a lot more unhappy the more visible inequality there is around them. That's just a general rule in psychology, right? In the study of inequality and the like. So, generally speaking, it would make a lot of sense if that was the mediating variable. But yeah, in places where there was not as much inequality, like in Ecuador, for example, in rural Ecuador especially, those children probably would not have seen very many people who were that much of a different like socioeconomic status than them. So they probably, it doesn't affect them as much in the same way. That's not to say that, you know, you shouldn't like work towards equality like in a more general sense, but because they weren't as oh, I know, right? A Bob without a hat. I totally know. I know that, Bob. You don't even know how to react to that shit. That's so valid, right? But like, it's the having more inequality around you, being able to see it is generally bad for your mental and other types of well-being. Yeah. But interestingly, I think it does kind of speak to the extremely toxic ideas about like willingness to ask for help, actually accepting help, actually asking for help, and needing help in general. How toxic they are in a lot of Western countries in particular, and those with like a lot higher socioeconomic status, right? Because you will find that many such people like frequently have issues asking for help, which frankly a lot of especially men in higher socioeconomic status countries like America in particular have a lot of issues asking for the help they desperately need. In fact, it was quite a few years before I really before I but also like just a lot of people in general, right? Like my mother as well. It was quite a few years before my mother could bring herself to be desperate. Like for her, she had to be that both she and myself needed to be very desperate to ask for help from the rest of her family, right? Because in America, like asking, like needing help basically at all, not just asking. The asking is an admission that you need help, right? But actually needing that help is a sign of weakness in a lot of ways. And that's how these people see it. I think this is messed up, and I do not endorse this at all. But that is how it is, culturally. And so, by asking for help, for like the fact that, you know, I'm disabled and it's like you know, it's a problem and, you know, not being able to work and all that. Yeah. You know, like, but this is somehow a weakness, right? Despite the fact that really it's fucking nobody's fault, right? Like there's uh, like if it's somebody's fault, you could say it's like my parents like genetics, but even they didn't know about it, right? So really, it's not reasonable to blame anyone in that respect, right? And so like at the end of the day, there's no reason to judge anybody on that type of merit, right? However, it does speak the fact that it was like with children who reacted this way means that it's the initial type of reaction based on the culturally ingrained like values, right? At least one member of my family on my mother's side reacted very positively and was willing to like help my family out quite a bit, and it's why I frankly it's why I have like why my rent gets paid every month, right? Is because of that relative. And yeah, so like it's not to say that this type of like thing applies globally and across the board, right? But what it does mean is that in some cases, right, people's instincts set it up so that you don't want to help as much because they asked for it. They asked for that help, right? Because they framed it as this. Actually, I'm going to pull it up here. Give me one moment. I really like the theoretical framework they presented. It's a damn good theoretical framework. 10 out of 10. I love it. Like, it's a good high-tier theoretical framework. Okay. Let me see. Do. Come on. Or not. I guess I don't get to find it easily. Let's see. What should the... It was like a... It was a theoretical model that basically had... actually, you know what? It will be in my screenshots. And because I screenshot it so recently, it will not be buried under the mountain of other screenshots. Here it is, found it. Good shit. So, here we go. Self-determination theory is what it's called. It's a good theory. I like this theoretical model. It's solid. Self-determination theory, a widely used theoretical framework. In psychology, humans have three basic psychological needs, and they are the needs for autonomy, competence, and relatedness. And the autonomy is like it's feeling that your actions are freely chosen and personally endorsed, i.e., self-determined. Competence is feeling capable, effective, and able to master challenges. And relatedness means feeling connected, cared for, and significant to other people, right? And so you'll notice here that the relatedness option is at odds in a lot of regards with the self-determination option, right? And the social pressures basically infringe on the self-determination option, but would provide you like the feeling of relatedness, right? So basically in a lot of cultures you would be looking at the situation and the amount that the person asking would impact the self-determination, how much you felt like you no longer had a choice, right? Would be less in those other the less like individualistic cultures, right? But also most individualistic cultures tend to also just have so many demands placed on individual people that their overall level of autonomy in the society is lower, right? Meaning The likely reason, especially in my eyes, that the like a really plausible hypothesis in my eyes is that the one of the primary mediating variables of that particular phenomenon is that that group's shit, give me a moment. Trying to find words. Is that the deficit in self-determination that they're already feeling in individualistic cultures like the United States, for example, that deficit is so significant that any further infringement upon it is far less acceptable than in a more collectivist culture, such as, like in Ecuador, for example, right? Which, I find that to be a very fascinating possible type of, what do you call it? Explanatory mechanism. That said, of course, these are all rather like substantial generalizations and whatnot about the cultures and the like. And even like these things vary quite a lot depending on whether a person is raised like in a rural or more urban environment. And naturally, an ideal study would have each person, have certain measures, like collect these data, and you wouldn't have to like determine these things by proxy. However, there are a lot of cases with like the collectivism and whatnot type things where the determining such things by proxy is actually fairly reliable. Yeah. But yeah, I hope that made sense. Welcome on in, Meat Standing. I'm glad to have you. How you doing? We are discussing collectivism and individualism in cultures, as well as we were talking about Settlers of Catan earlier, and how it needed to have a better victory condition. Yeah. Good stuff. And thank you for redeeming your real viewer, both me standing and Dark Fox. I appreciate it. And the Eldritch Squish power for Old Man Windbreaker. I appreciate it in any case, because, I like it when you guys use the options. It's fun. It is fun, it is silly, it is goof. It is good. Let's get up to 2,000 satiation. And then I will finish the gold collection. Let's see, we are at 12.13 million. Gee! Well, hi, Liquid Cake. Welcome on in. And what do you say to, what do you redeem to say you're a bot? I'm afraid I have yet to, build an option in for that. I'll be sure to do that pretty soon. How are you doing, Liquid Cake? Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's right. I'm pretty sure UK was one of the other options. For the, it was one of the other countries for, let me just check. Ah, shit, I didn't screenshot that part of the thing. Oh, well. I did screenshot the title of the thing. But yeah. Wait. It went out at 8 a.m. and it was too hot already. You're gonna melt. Ah, shit, that's no good. But I thought you were already made of liquid cake. Don't tell me you're going to liquefy even further. That could be unhealthy. Oh no, don't evaporate. That's terrible. But yeah, really, yeah, That is not... I don't like it when it's hot. Because, of course, you know, you can't peel your skin off. Like, that's rather gruesome. And not really practical. Yeah, whereas, like, when it's cold, you can put on more layers, which is always... That's generally feasible. But, you know... 33°C? Let me look that up in Fahrenheit. 91 degrees. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, like, it's like 1,000 degrees. That's really funny. Yeah, 91 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty awful. Like, truly just garbagely bad. You gotta go, but I'm glad that you gotta go, Roska, but it was nice to listen to me yap, even though your peanut brain didn't have anything to say. He's intelligent topic. Oh, that's okay. I don't think you have a peanut brain. It's just that, you know, some of the time, first off, it's okay not to have a thing to say sometimes. But I'm glad that you were here, and I appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely day. And you might possibly do Jackbox game with chat later, in case you're interested. See you later. Ooh, that does sound interesting. Oh yes, that's exciting. Toodaloo. And where's all this gold from? It is from this. It's from this wand. I have been turning Berserkium, which is lava, or rather lava, which was turned into Berserkium through fungal shifts, into gold. Via a touch of gold. Like this. I have a fairly systematized way to go about it where it's pretty safe. Right? But it has taken me a long time. I had to do this because I was a bit silly. And I really... Like, although I don't need to break the reroll machines, I want to break the reroll machines this particular run. And I did the calculations, and I need something like 14 million gold. No, this is just one of the lava lakes above Hell. Yeah, in Parallel World 5. Yeah. Yeah, and I just decided to do it specifically here, so I can't. I did that before, and it broke everything. My CPU could not handle the gold calculations. Right? Yeah, it just kind of, let's see. Which is different from breaking the pre-roll machines. Those are just Twitch's pre-roll ad delivery mechanism. I mean both. Greed and trick greed. They both caused a lot of issues. So normal greed just does it. So would it increase the amount of gold that I get per pixel collected? For example, get the same nuggies, but they're worth more. I think I might actually. Let me check. Let me see if I have any greed. I actually don't know. I might have 1 or 2 stacks. Let me see. Okay, da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. Let's see. Three stronger hearts. Grace, repelling cake. Repelling cake. That's pretty good. Don't repel liquid cake. They're very helpful. Yeah, no, I don't seem to have greed currently, yeah. So it increases gold per nugget, but not for the material type gold. Good to know. Because I do, like, I did happen to, like, so I could just be incorrect easily because, you know, like, I got rid of the trick greed and the normal greed at the same time for the first one. But then I noticed, like, after I had several stacks of greed, I noticed that after I had about 3 stacks of greed, maybe 4, And then it caused slowdowns, and then I had to get rid of the greed as well. Yeah. Yeah. Due to the performance issues in general, because I think it might have something to do with just like number calculations, question mark, because it would stutter every time after the enemies died, right? And it even did that after I got rid of the trick greed, but when I still had normal greed, or like rather the blood money thing, right? Even after I got rid of the blood money perks and I just had the greed perks, including the trick blood money perks and whatnot, it still did that thing, and it was very peculiar. I don't rightly understand it. Might be because you're in New Game Plus. That is true. However, without the greed perks, it actually doesn't stutter like near as much, right? Because I mean that it was stuttering even when I wasn't streaming, for example. Like right now, it's like I would expect it to stutter some because I'm streaming, but not terribly much. But yeah, it's hard to say. I'm no super genius as it applies to Noita. I don't know all the details of all the things. But if you would say that greed would not cause too much of an issue on its own, I would certainly be willing to grab 1 or 2 stacks of it. Because I don't think that would hurt. Fuck yes. Oh, wait, you got a sub 8-minute run? Hell yeah. Or were you talking about, or were you memeing about this run? And the fact that this has been going on for like 5 days of in-game time. Or longer. Oh, you got a sub 8-minute run while waiting for food? Fuck yeah, that's amazing. I mean, hey, I'm impressed. I think you should submit one of your runs to the speed run thing one of these times, even if you're not going to be like winning or anything. When I eventually submit some of my runs, I will be last place. So you will no doubt not be last. You may ask, why would I submit just to be last place? Well, I'm just happy to be here. It was quite fun. You just killed Call Me with the nuke. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's a pretty gigantic amount of gold, no doubt. Like, that is an unreasonable amount of gold. And frankly, if I was more confident in my game's ability to handle that, I would probably just do that. Right? Like, I'd just do that. Because I'm pretty sure there's at least a few stacks of greed laying around places. However, because I'm pretty sure I only need 14 million, and I'm already very nearly there, definite sunk cost vibes. And also, I think I'll be done here pretty soon. And I will have the broken perk reroll machine, which will be very exciting. And do you happen to know, Liquid, at which New Game Plus like statues for the gold start to show up? Because I'm interested to know that, because I feel like it would definitely save on the performance quite a lot. With 28 stacks, you get infinite money when you pick up a single nugget. That is so funny. That's actually really hilarious. I love that. But yeah, I basically systematized the usage of like this particular wand to make it into gold with the help. Oh god, was it Schlifu I think it was Schlifu who recommended it, but then somebody else recommended some other really important aspect of it, like with the long distance cast. And yeah, so with a good bit of help, figured it out. That like liquids are the way to go with doing all of this, and that it's better when you're going down, but that also what I also figured out is that like it's generally not a bad thing to also do on the way up. But, yeah. That is generally extremely efficient and profitable, and it basically nets you the ability to get about 3,000 gold every 4 or 5 seconds, which is quite a lot faster than my other AFK method of just standing in a puddle of draftivitis in the rocks outside of hell, which I did for a while while I was AFK and I was playing D&D. I think I got like 500,000 gold during like 3 to 4 hours. It was not really worth it. Like, it was worth it, but like, I probably would go about it a bit differently if I had it over to do again. Like, I'd probably just leave this particular wand running, firing it out to the side, while in this gigantic ocean of Berserkium. Well, we are in New Game Plus Plus, as it happens, but we don't quite have the, we certainly don't have the idols yet. However, honestly, that being the case, that does make me actually kind of, like, feel like it was maybe a good idea not to grab the greed perks. Because, yeah, like, if that's the case, then I'm not sure that I would be able to really even successfully go to the higher New Game Pluses if I grab any of the greed perks, right? And I don't think I'll need, like, much more money after I do all of this, realistically. So I've already gotten very nearly every single spell I could possibly need, especially those that I can buy from, like, hell shops and, like, the other thing, heaven shops. And once I get up to the 14 million gold, I can just break the reroll machines. Be done with it. Yeah. Because I am about to, like, go and go back to Parallel World West 4, which is where my remaining 3 million gold reroll machines are. Yeah. And then if I need one more reroll, there's a 6 million reroll machine in main world 1. Yeah. And this, folks, is why it's good to, if you really want to break the reroll machines, decide that early on in the run. As in, before you've done really hardly any rerolls. It's far more feasible, far more practical, far less tedious. Because it did take me quite some time of just, like, off of stream doing exactly what I'm doing right now to, like, get the amount of gold I have now. It took a while. It was not what I would call super easy, simple, or fast. In fact, it was kind of like, it was pretty slow. Like doing this is a lot faster than just, like, hunting enemies, mind you. And it's also safer, right? Because a lot of the enemies that have the, enough, like, gold that it's really worth hunting them, like, first off, most of my, like, wands, like, a lot of them do have like, they don't destroy the gold, but a lot of them do. And also, it's more fun to use the wands that happen to also destroy the gold, right? So it's like, yeah, this is not... And also, I would like to be a thing where I have to, like, do minimal input on my end, right? To go, like, track down the gold, because first off, I find this actually kind of, like, ASMR and therapeutic-esque. To just be, like, making this gigantic lake of Berserkium into, gold. I find it rather therapeutic, right? And plus, it's a lot of fun to just fall through this ocean of Berserkium and turn it to gold as I fall. I mean, you can't convince me otherwise about it being pretty. Like, it's pretty, it's cool, it's neat looking, it's interesting, it's fascinating. But also, I enjoy the way that you just kind of, like, fall through the gold, fall through the Berserkium buttery smooth. But then, as you go back up or back down through the actual gold portions of it, you slow down. And it's very fascinating. And I also learned a great many things about the way that chunks load and the way that liquids and solids fall in them and the general rates at which you need to fall through liquids and salt or whatever to make the solid powders fall the full distance and not get stuck. And the answer to that is you need to fall exceedingly slowly, like absurdly, ridiculously, glacially slowly to prevent the various powders and liquids from not like getting suspended midair, which is peculiar. Interesting. So, idols are worth 10k, 10k gold, and they'll need 25k HP for that. In New Game Plus Plus, they have up to 35x HP, which I think is in hell. So you need something with 1000 base HP at max multiplier. Interesting. Okay. So, as soon as I go into New Game Plus 3, we will run into some of them, right? Because I've never seen them, and I want to know what they look like, you know? I think I've produced enough gold. I can now just run around and collect it. DuckTales. Whoa. And also DuckTales. Ooh. Something. And absolutely, Meeple, I was happy to see you as well. Oh, absolutely. I will probably be streaming again tomorrow after I get food from the food pantry. And I've been laying down a little while. I just had like what do you call it? I've had a weird past couple days. I've just felt a little weird. But yeah, I should be back on a more normal schedule. But yeah. I definitely... Because, yeah, I've been trying to solidify, like, what days will I be able to consistently be streaming? The answer is definitely, like, pretty confidently the Tuesdays. And the Wednesday mornings. I can generally do that. Usually, also, I think I can probably manage, like, Monday nights going into, like, Tuesday mornings, Central Standard Time. Like, so right now. And then, let's see. Fridays. I can generally manage Fridays. But I'm not sure that I always want to manage Fridays. I don't know. I haven't decided. But also Saturdays. I can generally do a Saturday. But, like, my aim is at least 3 times a week. Right? You can expect that I will generally stream at least thrice a week. But maybe more. I don't think it would be less, though. That seems unusual. But yes, absolutely. I think you will be seeing me again soon, Meeple. Hope you have a lovely lie down and some good sleep. So New Game Plus 3 is 12.5x to 45x. So you won't get them much more often, you think. I see, okay. Interesting. So it'll probably be as I go into New Game Plus 4. Interesting, okay. It's good to know. So we're at 13 mil now. No, that's not 13 mil. It's still 12, isn't it? Or what is that? Yeah, no, we're still at 12. God damn it. So slow. Oh, damn, really? That's exciting. In a little while, I suppose I can just go over and test that, because, yeah. That sounds exciting. Because I'm also not sure, like, what determines when the idol gets spawned. Like, is it like what makes that particular thing kick in, right? I just wonder about that because it doesn't seem consistent. Well, let's see. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad and go to the bathroom. I will be back in about that amount of time. So I will see you in a very short GIF. So BRB. Very good, very good. Okay. There we go. Put this here. Put that there. There we are. Let's set out today's medication. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Take the morning painkiller. Okay. Water. The water is very good. It's very good. Okay, lovely. I finished drinking this bottle of water. I grabbed a second bottle of water. Set it there. And yeah. Also, I made, if you haven't seen it yet, Liquid, I made a new emote. It's very mediocre. But I did make it. It's a little peekaboo emote. Like, it's kind of like a I'm lurking meets I am peeking in to say hello type of vibe. Yes. I definitely am gonna modify it still. Right, it's supposed to be like I initially had it with like a white picket fence, but Ren recommended that I make it more colorful, so I chose a seafoam green type of like turquoise, or rather, I guess that's more of like a teal and then a seafoam green. Playing as a cooperative tabletop game with your cat. That's pretty funny. I am thoroughly amused. Well, I hope you both won. Gosh, that's funny and delightful. But yeah, and I still haven't quite decided like what the right what the exact balance of the different features on that particular emote need to be. But I also am unsure whether I want to have the little slime in the emote unintentionally like tearing the fence apart, right, with its own weight and strength, or whether I would like them unobtrusively hiding, like climbing up on the fence, right? Is because it makes a pretty big difference. And you haven't finished yet. The cat decided to take a break. That's awesome. That's adorable. That's cute as could be. It's precious, and I love that. Yeah, that's excellent. But yeah, I'm certainly open to opinions on the emote, and you're definitely not going to hurt my feelings if you don't think it's very good. I don't actually think it's very good. Because it's of course like a work in progress, but it's just the one that I happen to finish. Finish as in like I exported it, but it's not like done. Like I still have the files, so I can like modify it and shit. Because I was just like screwing around with it in Adobe Illustrator and whatnot. Because, yeah, I'm not sure whether I will want, like, 3 or 4 picket fence posts in the end, and, like, what the ideal number will be. But, yeah. It's honestly a little difficult to decide. Because, in part, it needs to be, like, it needs to be visible, right? From like just a general like yeah, it just needs to be able to be seen reasonably easily from without zooming in on it, right? And to be interpreted that way. But I suppose it loses quite a lot in doing that, but also I suppose it means I should probably make some type of like one bad option that I'm not gonna do is like turning it into like multiple emotes. Not gonna do that. You have to use together, right? Screw that. But like another like much better option is just like have the more complicated one just be some type of like piece of art that I use, right? For some purpose. And then make a much more stripped down, simpler version that will function as the emote. Because I kind of like that on the emote it's got like an extra set of eyeballs on the fence. Right, I feel like it kind of hits home the like goofy Eldritch vibes in a very fun, silly, and a little bit of a humorous sort of way, and I rather quite enjoy that. Cause it is goofy shit, it is silly, it is delightful, it is fun, and I like it. It's certainly muchly on brand, which is always a good thing. Something. Consistent brand identity. Normally, cats want to play versus with table games, you find. But put things somewhere, and they put them somewhere else. I mean, that is true. That is true. I absolutely love that. That's utterly delightful. So, I find that My kitty cat, they hate board games, but more than board games, they hate puzzles. And they will not tolerate a puzzle existing completed anywhere. And they will go out of their way to destroy them. It's pretty funny, but deeply unfortunate, right? Like, the funny part is like, Kitty, why are you doing this? But the unfortunate part is, we put so much effort into that puzzle, why would you do this, Kitty? And the kitty's like, I just gotta go. I'm a kitty, and I say so. Or just, I wasn't thinking about it, I just destroy things because I felt like it. Kind of vibe. God, kitty cats are so silly. Very cute, but very silly. Let's see. 12.5 million. Rock and roll. Okay. Yeah, I have done quite a lot of the hollowing out of the lava lakes and other such things, as well as the rocks to the side of the hell in this particular world. And it has been hollowed out and gold collected of it. And it's been a lot of fun doing that, but yeah, I am very much looking forward to when I have finished doing that, and I can just have my broken reroll machines and be happy about it. Cause yeah, I tell ya, needing to collect this much gold without using the greed perks, it is not simple. Right? It is not exactly the simplest matter. I also want to test out like what happens if I use the touch of gold with like quiplicate or heplicate. But I'm also very scared to do exactly that, right? Because that's a lot of damage. Especially if it succeeds at casting, which my intention is to make it succeed at casting, right? And so I just like, yeah, like I would just kind of wonder what a Tau followed by a long distance cast, Tau, touch of gold, or no, Tau, heplicate, touch of gold would do, right? Would it actually create the 5 different thingamajigs? Because there's not very much written about how modifiers interact with the touch of spells. In fact, there's almost nothing written about it on the wiki. It's pretty frustrating. Like, because I want to know which modifiers do and don't interact with the touch of spells, right? Because I want to know if I can expand the radius, right? If I can, like, what can I Chaos Larpa? Touch of gold, right? What happens if I Chaos Larpa touch of gold? Right? Because I want to know what happens if I try these sorts of unhinged combinations, but they're just so dangerous that, like, it's hard to justify doing that, you know? And because I haven't yet used Spell Lab at all, right? I don't really feel like ending this run. I can't easily find out. Because, yeah. I want to know what Heplicate Touch of Gold does on a long distance cast. Does it create 5 versions of it? If so, that would certainly make converting this entire lake to gold more easier, more efficient, right? I suppose I'll try Quiplicate, because I'm feeling a little brave. How much? Well, you're not going to have enough mana for that, are you? So really, what I would need is one of the wands with, an, like, yeah, this guy actually would do just fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just flip, actually, no. I'm going to be more reasonable about this. I'm just going to put this wand away. I do not need to mess up this perfectly functional wand here. I'm just going to pull out a blank one. One of the ones, yeah, this guy. 3,000. Long distance cast. Tau. Touch of gold. Quiplicate. You will be able to cast that just fine. So now let's find out exactly what it does. Something, I assume, as opposed to nothing. A nothing? Really? Just a total nothing burger, really? That's unhinged. Why? Because you are, yeah, you are casting it. Why isn't it quiplicating? Is there a way to make it quiplicate? And what if I were to do Chaos Larpa? What, can I make it do Orbit Larpa? Will you Orbit Larpa for me? Seemingly no. Yeah, no, it does not look like it is in any sort of mood to Orbit Larpa. Or Quiplicate. Or anything. And I don't know that it would in any situation. Right? There's the Quiplicate there. And it does jack shit. So the question is, why? Question there is why. And the answer is, I've got no freaking clue. Not a singular clue. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah, I was actually wondering about that exact thing, right? Personally, I would want to try it with a non-touch of gold one, like one that doesn't have charges, right? Which I do have. I would just need to dig through all my spells, but I don't really feel like doing that right just this second, but... Because, like, yeah, like, what's unclear to me is whether it counts as a proper explosion, right? Furthermore, I also question if, like, remove explosion would remove damage, you know? I also really am unsure what chaotic, like, so, okay. Chaotic transmutation is one of those other ones where I have to ask, what in the goddamn would that do? Right? Like, what in the ever-loving fuck kind of strange shit would occur? I see. So, because it only lasts the one frame, and because it would probably I see. Okay. What I want to know is what this. Actually, I do not need that extra little guy there. So, what I do want to try though is chaotic transmutation with the touch of gold there. So, instead of this and this, we are going to put the chaotic transmutation right there. Wabam. Is it doing anything? I cannot tell. But what I would like to know... Right, I was also wondering if Null Shot would do something right, but I somehow doubt that because, like, the way that, like, the Midas damage works, right, is it's a multiple of your own HP. So you have to then wonder, is, like, that multiple, like what the term, like, it's... Because, like, what I want to know is what I'm disabling by using the chaotic transmutation here, right? Like, what is the first line of this Lua code that's getting disabled, if any? Right, that's what I'd like to know. Okay. It's still damage. You think that maybe it just does one Midas damage and the game scales it. No, that's actually really fascinating. Yeah, I look forward to trying it here shortly. Because, yeah. It's giving a black stain inside of where long distance cast alone did not. Wait, what? I don't think I understand what you're saying, though, that last one. Oh, that. Oh, yeah, that. Oh. I've noticed that some of the time it does the thing when I fire it multiple times at the same spot. Also, right? But you are correct that now it's no longer doing... Oh, there was a black spot there. But it doesn't seem to as reliably make said little, like, black speck or whatever. By any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it's so much less reliable that it basically never happens. But, like, not never, just... I have to fire it hundreds of times for that strange occurrence to happen. So it's removing the color stain layer. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Okay. So, this strange little, like, speck here is the color stain layer. So the script does remove color stain, convert to gold. Fascinating. Okay. So theoretically... Yeah. I need to... I don't think I can actually get the brush wand because there's no steam or anything or water left in the world. There's no steam. There's no smoke. There's no water. It's all worm blood. In fact, there's also no blood. It's also worm blood. There is only worm blood. It's really messed up. Like, man, it's just so bad. Like, look at this shit, right? This is just a ping pong Lumi, and look, it drips worm blood. Like, what is with that shit, man? Like, it's not the most scuffed, like what do you call it, set of fungal shifts ever, but man, it is wacky. I'm pretty okay with it because it makes it easier to deal with eat your vegetables and shit, right? I'm perfectly fine with that, but you know. I do wish I had the brush wand, though. That'd be nice. So I've noticed also that I can't safely use the this wand pointing downwards. Because some of the time it'll clip me in it, which is interesting. Even though it should only last one frame, right? It seems that some of the time I'm able to fall that distance. The correct wand tile, I see, yeah. That track. Brush wand is one of 2 random materials. So if you have any of pheromone... Oh, I do have teleportatium and berserkium. And a puzzle eligible wand tile exists in your vault. You should be able to get it. So... Oh yeah, you're right. Lim's telescope could definitely find it, yeah. Does Lim's telescope have a setting for the puzzles to make it easier to look for? Because if so, that sounds awesome. Let's see. So we're still at 12 million. And something else I wondered about was what happens if I divide by on chaotic transmutation and only give it one valid spell to apply to, right? I want to know, can I disable multiple lines of Lua code, right? For example, right, let's grab a divide by real quick. This divide by 2. It's perfect, actually. Right, because I want to know. Let's scooch this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and this guy. Like, I'd want to know what occurs. Well, actually, let's do this. I think if I flip it like this, it should be fine. Like, can I delete more than one? Like, look at that, actually, yeah. So, that didn't even do the thing. So, that's peculiar. So, it's definitely casting the first time. Well, we've got 1. We've got 2. We've got 3. Does seem to be cast. You just can't fire more than once. So... interesting. So, like, what I find peculiar about that, right, is that it seemed to make it so they delivered this little scuff mark here effectively. But what like, I don't think it has a utility on this specific wand, right? Very much. So, like, here, now that the mana is run out, I can just do this silly shit. I can paint the brickwork with a thing. I can make shapes. I guess actually this does have a very real utility in, like, harmlessly painting stuff with, like, this color. It does make me wonder if there's a way to do it for other colors, though. But yeah. That's the only real utility I can see here. Varpuluta does find enough. It can occur in New Game Plus. That is interesting. I don't actually know if that. Yeah, that's a great question. Can it occur in New Game Plus Plus? Yeah. It can't. Oh, good to know. Good to know. Fascinating. C'est la vie, but you know, that is interesting. Okay, let's see here. So something I've been wondering about is like, do y'all think that chaotic transmutation could feasibly, given the right combination of spells, disable more than just the first line of Lua code? Oh yeah, tower? Yeah, tower is generally, of course, like the, like the mines, but of course, like, it's not the tower, you would expect it, right? Oh wait, a tower vault, Barbaluta, fascinating. Well, I'm glad to have you back again, Bob Without a Hat. Good stuff. Right now, we're wondering if I can find the cute little wand to clean things off. And whether I can find the puzzle that would spawn said wand in New Game Plus Plus. My seed is that down in the corner, if you can read that. If not, let's see, I've got wands. That will also tell you the seed. Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Because, yeah, like, it's, honestly, I'm not quite certain about, like, whether the, chaotic transmutation will be able to disable more Lua code than that. But I do kind of wonder if, like, combining something like Chain Spell, Null Shot, and a chaotic transmutation, maybe 2 chaotic transmutations, like, if maybe that could possibly disable more lines of code like that, right? And what all that could really accomplish. Because if you can just selectively disable certain lines of code, right? That could be a pretty fucking huge deal, right? Because that would make it a lot easier to do a lot of weird ass shit with certain spells that are really lame. But also, does anybody here know how that strange bug with Eldritch Portal turning into a Holy Mountain portal works? Because I am interested to know how that works, because that's an extremely fucking weird thing. Like how that particular glitch works. I'm rather interested. Because I never heard of it until the other day. And your cat ended up quitting mid-game. But we did achieve one of the 4 sub-goals of the game. I mean, that's pretty exciting. I would love to see a picture of the end state of that game board. That's quite funny. I'm gonna have my guy just stand here and absorb gold for a little while. Because there's just so much gold to absorb. One of my least favorite parts about this specific time of the day is that I get the sniffles. I get the sniffles. for a lot of reasons, but yeah, I don't like that. The sniffles are not very fun. But they go away pretty fast, so it's not really a big issue. But I'm still gonna complain about it, goddammit. Ain't nobody can stop me from complaining, I tell ya. And I will complain. I will inanely complain about utter nonsense. I mean, there isn't one until new game. Let's see, plus 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I mean, I did intend to go to new game plus 5. So I mean, maybe it could. There might be brushing in the future, but no time in the immediate future, it would seem. No brushing for you. That's funny. Yeah, that's pretty wacky. Something else I wonder about, and like I don't really quite understand after reading the wiki page about it, is what exactly. Why are some of the new game pluses different than the other new game pluses, right? In the sense of like certain things will show up in certain new game pluses, but not in others. I don't fully grasp why that is. Like, what about the pixel generation makes it that way? Or the chunk generation and whatnot. Because, yeah, it's very arcane and mysterious to me. It is much peculiar. I said I was going to have the character sit still and just absorb gold for a little while, but here I am again. Converting more Berserkium into more gold for no particular reason. Because Nala made it that way. Yeah, I mean, true. The map just works differently in different game plus levels. Okay. That is pretty fascinating and interesting. I wonder if anybody's ever tried to, like, look at the solving the eye puzzle, but doing that with, by looking at these specific differences. If you need tower. But there's still no tower wands, correct? After the base game? Is that right? Or is there a new game plus where there are the tower wands again? And the tower proper? I don't think there is, but if there is, I'd be interested to know about it. But yeah, I'd be wondering if, like, maybe the solution to the eye puzzle is some type of, like, situation with, like, if there is one anyway. So they can't randomly generate. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. But yeah, like, I'd wonder if, like, these specific differences of the new game pluses and how they change between the new game pluses might be some type of predictable pattern that, like, has some type of meaning of some variety. Pretty doubtful, but hey, maybe. Probably not, though. But it's an interesting idea, I think. Okay, I see. So the orb room can randomly generate. That's because there is code to make them, especially in New Game Plus. The pattern is every 2, every 3, every 5, and every 7, I think. It's probably just primes. Oh, how lovely. I do love prime numbers. Interesting. Huh. That's very neat. I rather like that. So, like, are there different biomes in the, like, different New Game Pluses? Like, I've noticed in this New Game Plus, there's a whole lot of overgrown caverns. Which I'm fine with, because there's great wands in overgrown caverns, and I've been able to get lots of good spells off of them, and solid wands. But I'm also just like, are there other biomes, or will I just be exploring mostly overgrown caverns? Which I'm fine with, because I like overgrown caverns quite a lot, actually. So it's the details of the changes at the end. So did I just miss that part? I mean, it is very much like me to just not notice the crap at the end. It does happen. Oh! I think I just didn't understand how to understand this. I think I get it now. Okay, I think I just didn't know how to interpret the chart. But I think I get it now. Okay. Oh, so that's exciting. So the next New Game Plus loop, I'll be able to see the Frozen Vault and Magical Temple randomly there. That's exciting. Surface. Whoa, that's interesting. Places all surface biomes, a snowy wasteland, New Game Plus 7 and New Game Plus 28. Hills 2, similar to forest in New Game Plus 14, and desert in New Game Plus 21. That's so wacky and interesting. And then in 3? And then 25, 26, 27, 20. That's so fucking silly. The orb room in the work. Hell to spawn at the very bottom of the initial hell layer. Also triggers an endless stack of duplicated orb rooms to spawn below it as well. How fun. Forming a sort of tower of orb rooms. Orbs from other parallel worlds. Hell biomes may spawn in this tower duplicated many times, but no other orbs will spawn here. Fascinating. Okay. Cool. That's damn interesting, actually. Yeah. Okay. Good shit. So, one of my favorite places in New Game Plus is to just, like, run around in this entire, like, Lucky Lair power plant. So, to basically go through the Magical Temple area. What is that spot, actually? Really just to fuck around in all of these overgrown caverns, power plants, Lucky Lair, more power plant, overgrown cavern again, and more power plant. Because there's just so many really good, very high quality, like high tier wands. It's a lot of fun. And you know, you just get the cool spells on them, right? Off to shower and wash some heat off. That makes a lot of good sense. Best of luck with that. I hope you enjoy the process. Thank you for all the help. It's always really appreciated. I'm going to run a 2-minute ad real quick because I'm running experiments with getting rid of pre-rolls with instead 2-minute ads. Okay. Do 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 Okay. Alrighty. see. Okay, that's a lot of gold. Oh goody, we're nearly at 13 million, which means we've only got about 1 million to go. Thank goodness for that. And how are you doing today, Meat Standing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Making a little bit more gold here for giggles. Okay. Lovely. Okay. 13 million. Alright, we're nearly there. Now we can go break the reroll machines. Now it's possible we'll need like 16 million in total, but I really doubt that. So once I get to 14 million, I'm gonna go ahead and do the thing. And just finish breaking the reroll machines. And it'll be awesome. And we'll have broken reroll machines, and it'll be great. Because frankly, it's not that difficult to just make another gigantic pile of gold like this. It was a surprisingly small amount of work. Yeah, you'd think it would be a lot more work than it was, but yeah, it was not that much work. You know, I like the way that you can just kind of like, some of the time, like if there's a powder in a liquid like that, just kind of eat endlessly, like of the liquid, pretty actively. It's pretty fascinating that you can just go about it like that, and how well it works some of the time. Like, but other times it just doesn't work like at all. It's really interesting to me, but there's like, having a couple air bubbles does a whole hell of a lot of work, but other times it does jack shit for you. I'm here for it, but I do have a few questions, like why I like that sometimes. It's very strange. Like, what is this? Why can't you just eat? I understand. I think I asked somebody else about it, and like the answer was kind of like balance reasons, because it would be a way to like produce air bubbles to like be able to then not really suffer from any like lack of oxygen in the game, which, you know, yeah, fair point. That's not terribly balanced. So I guess it's for the best, but it's also very silly. Very fun. Very goof. Good stuff. Cool, cool. Alright. Alright, lovely. Oh my. Lassie Ace is streaming. That's very exciting. Realistically, I might go and raid him later in not very long, right? And I might just like... Although, I don't know. I have yet to decide realistically. I will make that decision after I've broken the reroll machines. Yeah. That's what I'll do. Coco. Okay. Good stuff. Okay. Got that bit. And 13.13 million. That's a good bit of money, but need a bit, just a little baby bit more. And then we all good. Okay. Okay. Good, good. Very nice, very nice. Much gold is here. Very good, very good. This is a much big giant pile of gold. Good stuff. Okay. I see. Here is the ocean of Berserkium again. Good stuff. And so I don't think we have quite exactly 1 million gold here. So let's go ahead and just do this real fast. Maybe we do have 1 million gold here. It's possible. Okay. Good. his watch number go up for a bit. Whee! Okay. There we go. Good stuff. Cool. Okay. Lovely. And I'll do that. Okay. So it seems that most gold is gotten while moving horizontally and going upwards, I think. Good to know. Good stuff. Okay. Rock and roll. We are so freaking close to getting the amount of gold we need. And then we get to break the reroll machines. Because they are already quite close. Yeah. Yeehaw. Lovely stuff. Good, good. And now I just walk over to the much more... well, there's a much more giant pile of gold, but for giggles, I just am making this pile of smaller gold smaller. Not really a reason to do that, honestly. Other than vibes. However, yeah, I guess it is true that, yeah, going up and horizontal at the same time, yeah, is a very good way to maximize the efficiency of the collection of the gold like that. Okay, that's good to know. Good stuff. Okay. good. Da 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 da. Up and down we go. Make about 1,000,000 more gold here. Not like fully 1,000,000, but just a good bit. And inside of a liquid, I think that each shot does something like 2,000 gold or something like that. Okay. Good stuff here. Alright, just falling through the Berserkia, making more gold. Cool. Jumping back up a skidge. Zipping on up this way. And going along the path that gets the most gold collected in the most efficient time frame possible. Okay. Good. Whee. Okay, doke. Let's see here. Let's also try to drop some of the ceiling available to drop out. I'm not sure there is, but let's take a look here. Is there? Yeah, there's a bit. Yeah, let's just drop out this entire ceiling here. Yeah. And some of the time it's easier and more efficient to do liquids, but other times it's easier and more efficient to do the solid area like this. Depends on how, like, full the liquid area is, right? If they've got a whole lot of liquid left or not. What the hell? Why is there just a chest right beneath there? Because it's also not, but it's definitely not like a mimic, because otherwise it would be showing up hostile. That's peculiar as all hell. Okay, let's go fetch it. See what it's got for me. Noise. Yeah, that's a lot of gold. I'll take it. Good stuff. And wha-bam. Mollywop. Just gotta mollywop the bad guys with the touch of gold, and they will be vaporized. Good stuff. The trouble is not accidentally deleting most of the gold nuggets. That is very easy to do by accident. I could pull out a wand that's like, you know, you know, what are they called? That was a lot more gold than I was expecting there. And I'll take it, but I'm a little confused as to why there's so much. Yeah. Yeah, I could pull out a wand that's just like, what do you call it? The good stuff. That is that, I'm not sure why it's not coming to me. Words. Oh well. And now we eat the polymage. Good stuff. Or I guess maybe this is the type of polymage that does not give you the polymage. I don't know. Hey, 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 zero damage. How you doing? And I am doing well. I've almost got enough money to break the reroll machines. And I just need to get to 14 million, and right now we are at 1343. And I am super duper excited. I was basically just turning a giant berserkium lake that used to be lava into a bunch of gold using this touch of gold wand that I made with the help of some of the other people. But yeah, it's a very solid wand. It's a great way to make infinite money. And just convert whether it be liquids or solids into large quantities of gold. It is where most of that, most of this amount of most of this 13 million is from. But yeah, so it did take a while, but you know, I would say it was a worthwhile way to go about it. But mostly because I could do most of it while AFK, and I could just leave the mouse button down and have it pointed in a direction and let the gold fall onto me and get collected. Like, that's the main reason I would say it's valuable. Yeah, that it's easy, I guess, and low danger. So I'm doing pretty. I'm not doing too much, but I'm doing pretty all right. How are you doing today? Well, bam. Got it. I'm also looking for any wands that may show up here in the vault, because they always good stuff. Like, you never find a wand in the vault and say, that's profoundly disappointing, right? You only sometimes find things that are like, that's moderately disappointing, right? Which, that's pretty good, given how many unbelievably disappointing wands there are in Noita. If you had vacuum powder field on a separate cast, you can siphon gold easier as it's created. Really? Vacuum powder field on a separate cast. So I would want to set it up as a thing where it was basically like I could do like an every other and then endpoint spell. Could you explain a bit more about how it works? Is it that, like, basically your character is able to collect it faster because it occupies a smaller space and it's more condensed? Is that how it works? Because yeah, that would track. And I was wondering about that, right? And I am interested to know if it really is that simple. God, that is so funny. Just decapitated. God, just the absurd ways that creatures die in fucking Noita. It never gets old. It's so funny. Every time. It's so good. You make gold, and then vacuums after. Okay, so... I do think I have that spell somewhere. I think I have exactly one copy of it. Maybe two. Oh, would you look at that? Another Lukey mutation thing that I don't need. Tee. Oh, but why don't I pick up Lukey mutation? It's the best. Or no, Lukey legs. It's the best perk in the game, except it's definitely not. I mean, it is fun to meme that it is. Tee. It's probably one of the worst. I think like, there's a really solid content. It could be in solid contention for the worst perk in the game, couldn't it? Like up there with like plasma face perk. Plasma face. That sounds like some Batman villain, doesn't it? Right? Like some Batman character you run into, like plasma face. Why are you doing this to the people of Gotham? Just because your face is made of plasma doesn't mean you have to make everyone else's that way too. Leggy mutation. The one that's not Lukey mutation, right? The one that's not the extremely good set of legs that lets you like actually maneuver. It's the one that does basically just takes away maneuverability, right? That one. The one you get from the chest. The leggy chest. Yeah, I think that's in solid contention for worst perk in the game. Not like, I don't think it wins every time, but I do think it's in solid contention. It just sucks it to you, and it won't make gold collection faster. I see. Meaning it collects gold the same rate regardless of snare, but it'll make it so that the gold goes to you instead of you go. That is more useful, I will readily admit. It is a lot nicer. And yes, I got 3 pillars done. Bosses, missing 2 to complete boss pillar. Hell yeah! That is fantastic. Which bosses are they? Are they the one that you know you basically need to are they the ones that you have to use cessation to kill? Because realistically I would bet that those are the 2 that are left, right? And isn't one of them like either the door boss or the Kiwi boss? Maybe both actually. Ones where you like need to actually die to them. I just can't recall. If you don't use cessation, that is. I can't remember though. In order for it to count, that is. But I'm not. I think it would still count for the pillar if they died, because I think the game only cares is the boss dead. If yes, well that's good enough for me. But for the kill credit thing, I think that's a different discussion. D. You know, I love Ping Pong Lumi. I don't use it very much. Because I got it so late into this run, it just feels a little unnatural to use it, right? Because I got so used to using so many other types of wands. But man, Ping Pong Lumi sure is a lot of fun. And it's pretty, too. Right? Just so pretty. Gosh, I also love Lucky. Lucky there's a lot of fun. Let's see, we are at 13.5. Yeah, this is not. I probably should just go back down there and just finish collecting all that gold, because, yeah, this is not very efficient. In fact, I would go so far as to call this pretty damn inefficient. T. Oh, it does count? Yes? Okay, good. I'm glad. Because, yeah, that'd be a terrible pain in the ass. You are right about without a hat that, yeah, like the leggy mutation thing, leggy mimic chest dealio does in fact have all the downsides of Lucky mutation, and not a single one of the benefits, right? You really don't gain much of any like maneuverability the way you do with like leggy mutation. Like that actually gives you the ability to maneuver effectively in ways that you normally couldn't, which is neat, right? And after snowy depths, it's actually really quite something. Like it helps you treat the game like, as Lassie likes to say, like a cover shooter. D. Gosh, I love the way that Midas just does not give a shit about these guys' resistances. D. That's Midas damage for you. Wabam. D. It's so much gold too. But that sure is a lot. That's without any greed stacks at all. Now let's see here. What do we got? 13.6 million. That's actually good. So we are actually making progress if we deal with these guys. And we take their gold. So let's look at how much we have after this. How much was that? Oh yeah, that was like 20,000 or something. That's pretty good. Missing, oh, only the Leviathan and Toveri? Interesting, actually. Yeah, that's, those are actually a lot easier. Yeah, I will say, though, that the Leviathan, he was a bit troublesome. Right? Like, you definitely want, like, I remember I was thinking of killing him with my Sawblade build, I think. And I think I got most of the way done with my Sawblade build, but then I decided to finish him off with my Holy Lance build, because he takes more damage from the Holy Lance and stuff. But I remember it was a little bit scuffed. I feel like I have a clip somewhere on my channel, but yeah, it was a bit of a scuffed situation regardless, because there's something about the hitbox that I found a little bit difficult to manage, right? It was not the easiest thing to deal with. He didn't, although I don't remember if he was like super, he wasn't the hardest to dodge, but you know, I wouldn't call him like trivially easy to dodge, but Toveri, that's a separate story. God, Toveri's a bit of a, what's the word? Menace? Yeah. Toveri is absolutely a menace if you don't kill him before he's buffed. Right? If you kill him before he's buffed, he's a joke. But if you act like me, you accidentally destroy his entire family, it can be a little difficult. Oh yeah, please also send me that like build for Toveri, because I love that shit. And I'm curious what it is. Crash your game 10 times due to tentacles. And wait, STP, recursion. Yeah, what does STP stand for? Oh goody, yay, I'm glad. Spells, oh yeah, that sure would, that would crash anybody's game, wouldn't it? Yeah, indisputably so. Okay, 660, then nah, that's not good enough to grab. Screw that shit. Oh, bam. Okay. Grab that shit, and we're gonna run back down into the endless maze, not maze, the endless ocean of Berserkium and gold. They say that Amina at one point went down into the lava Berserkium ocean and turned it all into gold. You can even find some gold down there to this very day. So they say. So the legends say. I heard there used to be something called lava. Is that true, Pa? No, that's just a myth. I've never heard of lava before, but there is Berserkium. There's always been Berserkium in our world. But Pa, when I was doing all the mysterious fungus, I saw a world where there was lava. Son, you're not supposed to be doing all of the mysterious fungus. You know it's not good for you. But Mina said it was fine. You're not supposed to listen to Mina, son. Mina's an absolute war criminal. Don't be listening to people like him. That's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, that's really silly shit. I enjoy that. Good stuff. Okay. Tea. Oh yeah, that's not a small amount of gold there. Okay, let's see. mean, 13.7 million. I mean, it's not like I'm not making progress like with this goal, but it's just like I feel as though maybe it might just be. Is it faster? I actually don't know. It's more fun to just do this and run around and look for the Lukey spiders, right? And then, you know, go mollywop them with a touch of gold and a whole bunch of Midas damage. Like, that's fantastic. It's delightful, and it makes me laugh every time. Because it's like, bah! Your resistances mean nothing against the Midas damage. But, you know, it's certainly not... I can't determine if it's actually faster or not. Yeah, 99% projectile resistance. Yeah. It's actually worse than that for those guys, isn't it? You know, don't they get healed for projectile damage? And you forgot to cessate. Oh no, you forgot to cessation when hitting the deer buzz. Oh god. Yeah, thank God for Saving Grace. Saving Grace is really the fucking MVP of this game. Or just Noita, not just this Noita run, just every Noita run. You get it, really. Because it puts in so much work at every single stage, right? And it just helps you survive so many different things. I love it so much. It's so good. Oh good, we're back into the fungal caverns. They're my favorite. This guy knows to run, but, you know, we can't be having that. Because you possess something I require. Give me all your lunch money. Give me all your lunch money. Thank you. Good stuff. Your father called me would be proud. That's ridiculous. Okay, let's see. And Leggy upside down. Leggy upside is it removes levitation management out of your... I guess that is true, yeah. That is true. And you had a rather different story with Kiwi than most people, Bob Without a Hat says. You're struggling to kill it for half an hour or so, and then was left with almost half of your HP. Well, yeah, that tracks. Yeah, I basically noticed that it was the guy who was one of those bosses that reduced your HP as you hit it with damage. And so I just noped out of there the moment I remembered that they were that type of boss. And I said, no thank you, good sir. I simply refused. And so I just refused, and so I left. Wait a minute, can I keep a CEO from spawning if I use my... I can. They will not spawn any of their little, like, servitors if you slam... Oh, never mind. However, it's not as though you can't just dispose of them easily with even more Midas damage. Gotta love the Midas damage. Good stuff. Good shit. Now let's see. Never mind, looks like it sent the one. Good. You need to kill Tolveri full power to get the pill. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Oh, you mean for the all bosses thing? Or just for the, actually, I don't remember. There's so fucking many pillars, man. I can't keep track of them all. Like, I think about trying to keep track of all the damn pillars, and then in my mind, I'm just like, actually, wait. Why would you try to do that? That sounds like folly. That sounds like the type of hubris that they talk about in the Greek thingamajigs. Tragedies and shit. Angry lump bum bum ba dum bum ba dum da dum bum bum ba dum. Angry lump ba dum ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Okay. And I shall check the Discord. Do not vary. Oh yeah, saving grace. No, for pillar you need 9 friends to vary. Okay, I see. But yeah, for the yeah, saving grace has saved my buttocks quite a few times, both from using like Midas damage, for example, amongst a great many other things that were terrible ideas. But you know, I wanted to try them. But of course, they were awful ideas from the get-go. Okay, this wand is super profoundly mediocre, except for the good recharge time, but like, and the good cat, like, it's like, okay, it's the mana max that really sucks here. I'm not sure I can really even justify, but like, with 11 slots, I don't know that I can justify that. Not even remotely, really. I am not fond of all this sand cave business. There's like no wands in the sand cave. In fact, there are 0 wands in the sand cave, right? Just straight up 0. I'm pretty sure it's like actually legitimately 0 wands in the sand cave, which is not. Right. 0 is a small number. The hamper here, giving you the hard-hitting math facts. 0 is a small number. That's one of the stupidest things I've said in a while. Like, yeah, of course 0 is a fucking small number. 0. Yeah, that's really dumb. I love it. I can't help but be delighted by how stupid that is. Okay, good stuff. More you guys. Well, bam. Gimme. Okay, now we are at 13. 8. Very good. Maybe this is faster, I think. Maybe, possibly. Unclear. Possibly, maybe. Potentially. T. Okay, good stuff here. Yeah. Bam! Oh yeah, I did not gauge that distance correctly. And that, good sir, is what we call not doing a good job gauging distance. Good shit. That's funny as all hell. And let's just stand here absorbing this while I press these buttons. Okay. Okay. And there we go. The runny nose is seemingly done with. That's good. Because that was certainly growing tiresome. Got that guy. God, that I don't know why that is so satisfying, but it certainly is. I also really enjoy digging with Touch of Gold. Like, it's very fun. Like, it's so freaking satisfying, right? Because it's just, you're also making money as you're doing it. Is it the most efficient way to dig? Of course it's not. But it's a pretty solidly fun way to dig. That much is true. It's also fun just, you know, increasing the amount of gold powder in the world for no particular reason. So it's certainly not something you need to do, but it is fun to do. What's going on here? Is there a reason this particular guy is not dying? Can you not be transmuted? Are you one of, like, the very tiny number of enemies that cannot be transmuted? I don't think you are. But that's fine. I'll just use this. And that did the trick, yeah. Of course it did. But I also don't fully grasp why he didn't perish to that. Like, is there a reason? I don't know. What a tiny little thing you do. That's funny. Okay, good stuff. Grab that and scooch. And smack that fella. And smack that guy. Good stuff. Give him the good old ping pong loomy mollywop. Good shit. Oh. Grab this. I am shocked at the paucity of wands down here. Like, you'd think there'd at least be like a couple wands in this biome, but like, ain't jack shit showing up on my wand radar. The fuck's with that nonsense, huh? Huh? Clearly that's that stuff showing up, but not other things. Like, what even? I got questions. I got questions, I tell you. Wow, that enemy had very low health. Did not have much gold, did he? Well, bam. Comparaison. Bam. God, I really do just love how the factories make these utterly gigantic explosions. It's very funny. Totally unnecessary, but very funny. And very entertaining to do. And you know, like sometimes you just want to do a brute force approach to dealing with those guys. Not because it's like sensible, not because it's logical, but because it's silly, because it's stupid. Because there is no sensible, rational, or reasonable reason to do it. But because you feel like being ridiculous. And so you do so. Oh, 13.9 million. We're nearly to 14 million. Hell yes. That is freaking fantastic. I'm so delighted to hear that. Yeah, that's great news, truly. Good stuff, eating a berserkium. Do 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 do. Oh man! Smack that fella in the face. Do 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 do. God, that brings me up every time. Also, like, really, where the fuck are all the wands? It's incredibly strange. Like, this is like the vault or whatever. There should be some wands. But if it's magical temple, there should be wands. No matter what area this is, there should be some fucking wands. It's incredibly peculiar here. Okay, good shit. Cool. Good stuffer. Good stuffles and puffles. Okay, maybe I could just start going directly to the right to get back to parallel world -4, or rather 4 west. Because that is where the destination. That is our destination for perk rerolls. This is so exciting. So excited. Whee! Good shit. Got it. That's funny. You know, I really wish I understood why it is that these CEOs, like, spawned the other guys. Like, I understand the vibe reason, but I don't understand, like, the lore reason. Right? Do they, like... Are they, like, 6 Hisi in a trench coat? Right? Is that the reason? Is it because they, like... That's really the best reason I can think of, but you know, there's some other peculiar reason. Good shit. No idea what fucking enemy that was. I'm not sure I've seen them. Paid much attention to them before. They emit teleportation particles, eh? Fascinating. Oh, a specific impression. So, like, let's say you wanted me to do my best impression of, I don't know, a particular character or a particular actor, right? A particular character from some piece of media or a, particular actor or a particular, character, I suppose, from something. No matter what it is, just something. Right, so the oh hi Mark guy, like, yeah, that. Like, would you like me to do a specific impression of that guy? Right? Or would you like me to do a more generalized, like, Slavic man number 54? Right? Because if I do the Slavic man number 54, it'll still be a character, right? But it just won't be... it'll be what it is, you know. Which is very silly, of course, but yeah. And who emits the teleportatium particles? The strange enemy that I saw there just a moment ago? Ooh, now this particular wand is what we call in the business good stuff. Especially as a little backpack. So I'm gonna pick this guy back up, but I'm also gonna then put this guy back away. Because, well, you know, I don't need this particular wand. As fun as that particular wand is, I do not need it right now. I would much prefer to have this bizarre LARPA bounce wand. That's fantastic. And then I can use Earthquake on them, on people, because in places, because it's funny. You know what I mean, but you know. Because, yeah, I don't know about, like, using Earthquakes on actual people. That sounds terrible. The small Hedet spawned by the Hisi CEO emits particles The creature oh my god, that's so cool. So that means that he's teleporting the people in? That's so fucking cool, man. That's so cool. That's so goddamn cool. I dig the hell out of that. And my play experience is drastically improved by knowing this information. Thank you very much for that, Bob Without a Hat. Oh my god, what the fuck is this incredible? Like, look at this wand. Are you seeing this shit? Like, what in the ever-loving fuck am I even looking at there, right? That's utterly insane. So much so that I need to put this wand away so that I can, like, pick this guy up, because what in the actual ever-loving fuck is this shit? Like, seriously, though. Like, what kind of, like, backpack, or, like, yeah, just, like, pinata wand is this shit? Like, this is an unhinged pinata wand. I have so many questions, right? About, like, all of these peculiar things it just happens to have. It's very strange. Like, it's got 2 water trails, it's got a poison arc, it's got a glitter. Like, what even is happening here? So many questions. Nothing about this wand is reasonable. I mean, it's a good wand. Oh shit, I didn't mean to get rid of that null shot, but I also don't really need that null shot. If I can, I guess I was gonna say if I can actually get an easy angle on it, I would grab it. I guess since I did, I'll grab it. Grumble, grumble. You know what? I absolutely love that answer. That's a fantastic answer, a Bob Without a Hat. Somebody died in the Overgrown, and it was their storage wand. And that's my headcanon, and I love it. And once again, that my play experience is drastically improved by this. I appreciate you providing such play-improving details, whether they be things that were in the game all along or things that or not. I enjoy them. Okay. Gosh. Ooh, slime potion. I would like to eat the slime. First, I will drink the entire concentrated mana potion, and then put the empty potion right there. And now I will grab the slime potion, and now I will eat the entirety of the slime potion. I'll put the empty one down there. Good shit. Nom 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 nom. Well, bam. Dee! I love that. It cracks me up every time. Ooh, here's an idea. What if I did this? That's just very funny. It's funny as fuck. Roska's saying, what if he just gives birth? I mean, it could be the case. I mean, it could be the case that, you know, goblins require teleportatium, and produce teleportatium when they, when two Hisi goblins love each other very much. They use teleportatium to bleep, 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 bleep. And that, you know, if you need more details, you can ask Mina's parents about it. That's fucking ridiculous. That's so stupid. It's funny, but it's so stupid. I love it. Okay, now that's a pretty solid wand, but it's not got very many slots. But what else you got? You got stupid energy sphere, but no thanks. I don't need none of that. That is not good enough to grab. Oh wait, well, both of these enemies tend to have a whole lot of HP. Dustly. Much gold. Hell yeah, good stuff. Wabam. Wabam. Good shit. There we go. Got him that time. Okay. I'm surprised that I entirely missed him that time. There we go. Okay. Fetch all that gold. Good stuff. Rock and roll. Now I can go back to here. Well, bam. I misjudged it once again. And now I can do this. Let's see, what do you got here? Yeah, you know, that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. I'll take that, sure. However, I am going to get rid of, like, a significant number of these magic arrow timers, because I don't feel that that many magic arrow timers is fully reasonable. I mean, like, surely some magic arrow timers is reasonable, but that many? I don't know that that many is reasonable as far as, like, magic arrow timers go. Nah, you don't believe it, Bob? You don't buy that the Heesy's given birth? I mean, yeah, because, like, then you would expect, like, there to be particles of something like either, you know, like blood or some other messed up material that no doubt the devs would not have been averse to adding if they felt it necessary, right? And then, but then the game would be more like that one fucked up game. What's that one called? Like, it's got, like, the lady who, like, the character who, like, one of their attacks is, like, throwing dead babies or something awful like that. Binding of Isaac, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, Dunk talks about it frequently. And, yeah, like, so if that was the case, you know, then Noita would probably have added it, but knowing the incredible overlap between the people who play the one game and you know, play Binding of Isaac and play Noita, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the devs knew that they could probably get away with something like that. So, like, I guess that is a solid, like, reason to interpret, yeah, the teleportatium indicating, indeed, it means the Heesy goblins have figured out a way to master teleportation, and thusly, maybe Mina should stop murdering them and maybe try to learn from them, you know? Because I think that there's a pretty good chance that given, like, all their, like, drill technology and other shit, that they're, like, pretty extremely, like, fucking technologically advanced. And when I say pretty good chance, I mean 100% chance, because they are, in fact, really technologically advanced. They have, like, drills and shit. It's crazy, right? It's absolutely crazy how technologically advanced the Heesy are. And, like, the fact that the main character just goes in and just, like, slays them left and right, like, it's no big deal. It's kind of unhinged. I mean, it's a fun game, but, like, also just very unhinged. I mean, and, like, the hubris of Mina to think that that's, like, a fine thing to do. You gotta question the hubris. You gotta question the sanity, right? And I have questions. I question Mina's sanity most of the time, right? I mean, first off, they are using, like, this wand that can, like, not one-shot them, but, like, deal extremely severe damage to them, like, if they, like, point it the wrong direction and, like, walk into it the wrong way. So, I mean, that's pretty unhinged, too. So maybe it's just that, you know, Mina's, like, local lunatic does lunatic things type vibe. You know, that's not that surprising. I do want to make a second copy of, like, another copy of Chaotic Transmutation. Yes, please, good sir. Hell yeah. Like, and I have been wanting to make some type of, like, I want the whole idea of this particular one to just, it'd be very, very simple, right? I want it to be many random projectile spells in a spark bolt trigger. Not very complicated. Entirely super duper simple, you know, not a very revolutionary type of, like, wand build, I wouldn't say. But I do think it could be a lot of fun. And ideally it would be like a little double here, and then I can put two of the things in there, right? And then it could be good times. It could be good silly times. Okay. Good shit. Good, good. I love that I can just dig through by turning everything into gold. We finally got to 14 million, guys. We got to 14 million. We're finally there. So first thing I'm gonna celebrate with is by doing some senseless nonsense and just running around and like shooting some things for giggles. Because I feel like it, right? Because I just wanna. Because it'll be fun. And you know, it's like, sometimes you just gotta. For the giggles and for the fun. For the sillies. And that's what we're doing right now because we finally got to our 14 million goal. And we have to make a trek back to the place. I don't remember. Is this guy one I already have? I do. I have multiples of this freaking thing. In fact, I have so many, it's a little silly. Yes, this wand is terrible. Why would I even bother picking that up? I'm not going to. See? It's kind of appallingly bad, we'll be honest with you. Bam! Bam! Good shit. See? I love it. It's so much fun every time. Ooh, do you have something of value here? Maybe, maybe no. Seemingly not. Oh well. Yeah, nah. T. Kabam. Kaboom. Okay, good stuff. That means I can zoom over this direction. Well, bam. Just gotta mollywop the bad guys and you're all good. Good shit. Yeah, that's that awful one. That has really no purpose. Okay. And do some casual bit of, you know, Loomy drill. A little bit of casual Loomy drill to rid the world of this particular variety of issue. Good stuff. Okay. Good shit. Let's find out if there's any other stuff lying around here. Well, first, let's eat the stuff. If it shall let me, but it seems not. Oh well then. Good stuff. Let's see if I can run around and find any further wands in this particular power plant. Can we manage it? The answer is a solid maybe, I think. Maybe, possibly. Who could say? Yeah, the wacky thing about those guys in particular is like the vast quantity of gold that they provide is like so bizarrely gigantoenormous. It's like kind of silly. I'm not gonna complain about it, but it is strange just like how utterly gigantic-enormous it is. I wonder how long it'll take to get this guy with this relatively high quality ping pong Lily. How long will it take to slay this particular bastard? Very long time, it would seem. Note to self: never ever engage one of these guys in nightmare mode under any circumstances, really. Unless I've got a means to insta them. For example, this one. Well. Yeah, like that. Oh damn, yeah, that's a lot of gold there, isn't it? Whoa. Yeah, these guys surely have quite a lot of gold, don't they? Maybe it would have been significantly smarter to just go enemy hunting in this area. Probably so. You live and you learn, I guess. But then again, that would have been a significantly effortful activity. Whereas just the sitting there and soaking up all the gold is not very effortful at all. And I was in short supply of effort. So I guess it's fine, realistically. Yeah. See? Got him. Okay, what else we got laying about here? Bam. Got him. Hell yeah. Good shit. Let's see if I can hit him with the Midas thing. And find out. Okay, so he's not actually got very many HP. That's actually fascinating. So he's in every conceivable regard not worth dealing with, I guess, directly. Because they've not got enough HP to really justify how difficult they are to take down. So really, there's not really a good reason to deal with them at all. Good to know. Good to know. And I don't need anything close to that many magic guards. However, let's take a look what this does. Interesting with the... fascinating. Solid wand. Good stuff. Wabam? No. Wabam. Good, good. Tee. Okay. Tee. Got him. Got him. Hee hee. What is this rather comical little wand here? It's got a couple things that are worth snagging, but that's about it. Good shit. Cocoa. Let's get that guy. Good, good. That is so fucking many gold. It's kind of crazy. Actually, yeah, how much? Okay, so now this guy is a separate discussion entirely. The Invisibility Man, a really, truly separate discussion. He's just got a whole, he's worth a whole bunch of gold. 40,000 HP, that thing. Damage that thing, really fascinating. Interesting. Okay. Let me see. Anything else? Ooh, meat realm. Yes, please. Okay, I will check out this meat realm here in just a moment. Alright. Very good. Gosh, it's very fun just to hold down the trigger on this particular one and then just turn everything in the general vicinity to gold dust. It's not very sensible, but it is very fun. And you know, I'm all about that here. I am all about very fun things that are just not very sensible in this game, you know, because I love things that are fun, even if they're entirely nonsensical and not very sensible, in addition to being nonsensical. Good shit. Good stuff there. Cool. Okay. Oh, that guy got away. Interesting. Oh, wow, that one smackarooned me. Fascinating. So it must have bounced off. Okay, it's very good to know, actually, that can even happen. Okay. Let's see, where's some healing? Got several things that can do the job, but let's find one. Well, this will not do the job, but we will get rid of that guy after a brief moment, I'm pretty sure. Or not. This will, however, heal me. And Telly. Good. This is my healing Telly one. Good. It does produce slowdown, which is why I don't use it. But hey. An emergency is an emergency, so... Fascinating. Oh, interesting. Well, you know, that particular wand is just not very enticing in most any respect. I guess it's got the... I guess I could do something wacky with it, like where it removes the bounce from bouncing burst, but I just don't see the point there. Okay. Okay. Grab this stuff. Get that fella. Okay. Good shit. We shall zip around through here. Oh wait, is this road? Oh, never mind. That looked a lot like the top of the boss arena. So I was like, wait, why is there the boss arena? Okay, plus I thought that there wasn't. Ooh, now this could be a far better type of like concentrated light bounce wand, because that is a lot more slots that I can do a whole heck of a lot more with. Because the one I had, I wasn't very satisfied with. Got that, fella. Good, good. Cool, cool. Let me see. What else do we have around and about here? Any other solid, real good ones? Does that be nice? By no means essential, but I would not complain. Oh goody, that is several wands in a small area. Okay, I'm not exactly sure that this is quite good enough for me. Maybe. I'm gonna run a quick 2-minute ad and I'll be right back. I'm gonna get rid of pre-rolls. Okay. Interesting. Dig through here quick like. What is this? Not at all worth is what it is. See? Whoa, just a random one with just piercing on it? That is so odd. So incredibly strange. Ooh. Damn, under 6 minutes at Colmy, but didn't have a Colmy kill. Yeah, that's rough. That would be a top 100 finish for sure. And I mean, hey, that's awesome. And I believe in you. Oof. I muchly big believe in you. Make sure you are, like, I think you're supposed to be streaming or recording or both for, like, the actual thing. Right? I think that's one of the requirements for the thing to get submitted. if that's part of what's important to you, or if you just want if it's more about like you, I guess your own personal satisfaction, and I guess of course it doesn't matter, but you know, I just want to make sure that you ain't sad about that, because that would be sad. I would like to spare you that suffering. You ever record? That's good. I am glad for you, because yes, I would not want you to have the misfortune of, you know, it not getting counted and whatnot, because I hate things not counting on technicalities like that. In fact, I kind of despise it. A whole lot, actually. In fact, it's one of my least favorite things. Now, let's do that. Dang, God, that does not get old. That is so funny, actually, just every time. With the Midas on the, like, spider fellers. It's also very good on the heart mages, too, because, of course, in both cases, they are very problematic enemies that are a pain in my ass. Also, on those guys, the same goes for them, too. Like, and I rather enjoy that the Touch of Gold just says, I do not give a shit about any of that. Perish all the same, fool. I love it. It's so good every time. Now that is what I call in the business a very solid, very good, incredibly like tame, but nice little van. It's a good little van. Yes, yes, yes. Pew 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 pew. Okay. Actually, yeah, I think I'll give this guy the double for when I need it to wrap. And I will do that latest. It's a nice, solid one. This variety. It is intermediate between one of the other ones. It means I can do some heplicate and peplicate nonsense with it. It's more for yourself, but when you said you could submit your runs, it would be fun to participate. Exactly, right? I'm glad that you also understand, because, you know, sometimes it's just fun to participate. Just say, hi, I was here. Right? And I like that. I think it's nice. And I don't know. It always makes me smile when people do things like that. And when I do things like that, you know, it's like, yay. Because it means the person understands, okay, it's fine that I can't be the very best at something. Because frankly, for all of human history, when has someone ever needed to be the very best at something? The answer is fucking never. You just need to be better than a whole bunch of other people. And like even then, like not even that many. Like all things considered, right? Just a relatively small number of people you need to be better at a thing than. And you would probably be known as being the best at that thing. And it's the fact that there is like globalized society, and the fact that like all of these things are like, everybody's so interconnected these days, it leads, I mean, it's actually a big part of why like I find the unreasonable standards for art so egregiously appalling. Because way back in like, I guess for most of human history, I suppose, it was not necessary to be the best of the best of the best at any type of art form for it to be good enough and valid and like valued and cared about in a, you know, community and society, right? And it's only because of the lack of value placed in art by like capitalism as a system, right, that this has come to pass as it has, right? Combined with the fact of like the facts of globalization and how it has affected society and the like. And I think that's a shame. So when people do little things like submitting their runs that, you know, are not going to be a number one like best run, and it means that, you know, the odds of that person is deriving real, genuine satisfaction from the fact that they participated and that they are in fact good enough at this game to be like extremely good, right? And it means that they're probably happy to have participated and being real good. Oh, and that makes a lot of sense, actually. That's a really solid plan. Because, yeah, like that... Like, mastering that particular aspect of things. Like, when I was during that event, I was watching Dunk. Like, trying to master that, like, black hole, angry ghost thing. Like, combo. It was really quite strange to watch. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was just like, I see what you're doing, Dunk. But also, what the fuck is happening right now? And how are you managing to do that the way you're doing it? And so how are you getting your angry ghost to cooperate like this? Right? And it was really quite fascinating. So I can understand why you gotta go to a meeting. Well, have a decent time at your meeting. Toodaloo. Gosh, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, yeah, what was I gonna do with that again? Nothing. 8, 10, 2, 7. Yeah, it's solid, but I don't know what I want. Yeah, actually, it's a base. I'll grab it anyway. And sort it out later. Good shit. Put that there. Grab this next one. Good stuff. Interesting. Do you have anything worth snagging? Not especially, but I guess I'll grab the Looney Time. Why not? And the glowing lance, I suppose, and a black hole or two. Cool. Oh shit. Cool. Okay. See. Let's get this fella, because he caused a problem. See. If I can manage it anyway. Gosh, that sure is an awful lot. Oh boy, he's bleeding. Standing around like that. Probably almost dead, but I don't care. It's not worth your trouble. Gosh, that's silly. Okay, what else? I've got one out here. That's right, I was going to go back up to that loop, so I wanted to see what was in it. Okay, this guy, and I'll put him in this particular one. Now you can go in 4. Yeah, that's fine. Oh shit. Cool. Okay, what we got here? Solid wall. Actually, it's not that solid. I'll just take the spells off it, really. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, sure, they're fine. It's got a solid velocity, but I just don't know that the other trash. That terrible recharge time is even remotely worth dealing with. I don't think it is at all. Let's go ahead and take a peek just right down here. Yeah, okay, now back up to the meat realm. I've cleared out this area. Good stuff. Oh gosh, look at that. Is that like a proper chest or is that a dead man? I cannot tell. It looks like a chest. Just gold, I see. Just a copper pouch, okay. Oh. Just gold, I see, okay. No big deal. Okay, let's see here. Good stuff here. Cool. Let's just peek about. Oh, goody. Utility box. Happy. Now, is that just a spell refresh? That's not very good. Okay. Gosh, yeah. Hold on. Bam. Bam. Good stuff here. Cool. Come back here, golden nuggets. Come here. Shit. Coco. D. Good stuff there. Cool. Okay, let's look around. What else we got? D. Good shit. Oh, interessant. Okay, let's first grab the chest. Nothing of note, really. See, good stuff. I think I got rid of that. I can't quite tell. That's fine. See, good stuff. See, good shit. Get a few more down. Cool. Got him. Yippee. Cool, cool. Good stuff. Alrighty. D. Interessant. D. Good shit. Cool. Cool. Oh, is that another chest? Neat. Let's grab it. Alright, rock and roll. Absolutely nothing of worth, but that's also very funny. Extremely Noita to just be like, yes, chest, right here. It'll be great, promise. And of course, it is not great. Yeah, I wonder, how long does it take for... Oh, actually, the heart mage also dies instantly. That's good to know. Shit. Good stuff there. Okay, and we've got some interesting and possibly valuable spells here. Let's take a look at a few of them. Ordinary Print Plus, it's not really worth my time, but whatever. Lightning Thrower is pretty alright, I'll take it. Grab this guy. Voiding are pretty solid, but you know, nothing that special realistically. Spells to Magic Missiles is also kind of meh, but not really that, like, bad, I wouldn't say. Okay. Yeah, not a very good haul, realistically. But hey, what you gonna do about it? Do-do-do-do. What you gonna do about bad RNG? What you gonna do but respond with some good force to that RNG? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Sometimes your RNG just needs a little bit of brute force between you and me. Do-do-do-do-do. And only then will you be able to see. Do-do-do-do-do. Well, that's silly. It's a silly little thing I just made up. Okay, and then another giant spitter bolt. Let's put you in place of earthquake, realistically, because who the fuck needs earthquake? Okay, it's not a very good spell. Oh, this is a wacky ass. Like, is that a 6 cast? Yeah, I'm not sure that I don't know what I would do with that, and I don't want to try to figure it out because it's got such a bad recharge time. Because yeah, that recharge time is like not really worth dealing with. Yeah. God, that is silly. So we've already gone through this area. Super excellent. Good shit. Okay. Oh, would you look at that? Yet another leggy mimic that is now perished. That's like an incredible number of leggy mimics. Okay, let's go ahead and see, and then on the way down this. Do just that. Grab all the gold here. Snag that fella. Get that guy. And then we're gonna go and we're gonna eat the polymage. Because that's what Mina does. Yeah, Mina really is kind of just like an utterly unhinged loon. Extremely silly. He's like, oh yeah, you just need to eat your polymage colleagues, it's fine. There's no problem with that. Oh, why you look at me like it's strange? Oh, everybody eats their polymage colleagues. We promise. How else are you supposed to get your poly immunity? He says as he eats them like raw, like Jesus Christ, man. Like, that would be so intimidating, I'm not gonna lie. I would be terrified of like a creature who did such a thing. Oh god. Okay. Good stuff there. Cool, cool. Good shit. Nice. Kick ass. That was a very nicely lined up set of shots, wasn't it? That might have worked if, like, maybe the... Oh my. What spells did I just use that happened just now? A whole bunch of... Oh, so electric arc... Okay, it must have been the spells to magic missiles, realistically, that caused that. Because, yeah, that was catastrophic. Whoa, that thing... I've also never seen that one happen, where, like... That crystal thing got, like, spun around and launched. That was... Frankly, the first time I've seen anything quite like that, because that was honestly incredible and funny and marvelous. But also entirely new to me. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen that one before. Okay, well, there's a whole bunch of gold. Let's collect that. That would be smart. Because that is so much fucking gold. Holy shit. That's a lot of it. And go on, nom, nom, nom. Good shit. West water, you say? That does not seem true. Does not look very much like West, like water at all. Oh god, the way New Game Plus claims certain places or other places is very silly and strange and funny to me. Good stuff there. Cool, cool. Okay. Good shit there. I like that. Yes, some good amounts of gold. Cocoa. Good shit. Fantastic, really. Good, good. Rock and roll. Oh, is that a coup? Sure is. I suppose I will take a spare coup. Good stuff there. Cool shit. So what else do we have here? What else is going on in this loop here that's worthwhile? Oh, we got another meat realm here, do we? Most peculiar. Oh, a utility chest. I'll grab it. Let's see what we got. So is that... Okay, it's not just all-seeing eye, but it is all-seeing eye and anti-gravity. Yeah. Not the most impressive thing, but I'll take it. Okay. Ho ho. Good shit. Now this guy. Smackaroo. Oh, I didn't quite get it, did I? I see. That did. Good, good. Now that is a lot more spells that are very worthwhile. Okay, fine. Be that way. Okay. Now let's put away this particular wand. Grab out one with empty slots like that. Put the all-seeing eye there. You know, do I even have I even cast Replicate? I don't know. Let's try. Actually, that isn't. Wait, is this actually doing it? Is this Replicating? I think it's actually Replicating. Oh my god, that's so exciting. And that makes this a whole lot more dangerous, which I'm kind of a big fan of. Yeah, I'm all about that actually. That is superb. Excellent. Now let's also put this bloodlust onto this particular wand because I can. Because I'd like it to do more damage for giggles. Not because it's particularly essential or anything, just because it seems funny as all hell. Good shit. Okay. Okay, let's dig around here. Okay, so clearly I need to clear out that other area first. Good shit. Okay. I guess like let's see if there's, okay, actually I can just clear it out like that. That's fine. Cause yeah. Not much else going on here. Good, good. All done. Gold, please. Hey, hey, hey. AoE 2? What is that? If you drop the sound suggestion, I would be happy to do that. Because I do have a couple of sound suggestions I need to add. So I would prefer to do them in a big batch, right? So if there's one you would like me to add, I would very much consider it. But yeah, how you doing today, Ash? I hope you're doing well. Oh, and welcome back, Zotes. Or Zotans. Yeah, regardless. Welcome back, Zot. I hope you're doing well today. I'm glad to see you back. I've discovered that I can, in fact, to some limited extent, replicate the touch of gold. As in, I can make it so that it fires off more than once, and does some peculiar things. Oh, New Game Plus Plus is the current state of the game. Yes. That is correct. You sent in sound suggestions? Hell yes. Good stuff. Okay, so probably after I finish breaking the reroll machine, I will go about actually, what do you call it? Especially 11. Yes, the numbers should be what they call it. Good to know. Okay, I will give that due consideration in a skidge. But yes, at this specific moment, I am basically... I'm preparing for the next New Game Plus loop, right? But I am also about to break the reroll machines for the first time. And that required a truly ungodly amount of gold that I now have. And right now I'm kind of running a victory lap. I'm not gonna lie. I'm basically just running a victory lap. And, yeah. I'm just kind of messing about at this particular moment. And, grabbing stuff from this particular Parallel Worlds meat realm because I can. And because I finally have enough gold. The soundlords are from the RTS game Age of Empires 2. I feel like I've seen some stuff from Age of Empires, of several of them, but which of them I can't keep that straight in my head, frankly. But I do think I've seen some of them, so that's good. And if they go to sounds, you better bet that I'll do the thing. Is super popular? Yeah, I believe that. And I do believe Meat Standing was certainly here a bit ago, but I would not be surprised if he's doing other things. But you know, so that's how these. Oh, there's Meat Standing. Glad to see ya. Happy. Good stuff. Okay. Especially the second game, you say. Oh ho, intéressant. Good shit. Excellent. Oh, oops. And then wha-bam. Gotta get that fella. Good. Got it. And then I very much would like to see if I can find any more of the utility chests that are down here in the meat realm, right? Because they have a lot of good spells in them that are basically, like, they're extremely hard to come by elsewhere. And that's why, because I found Yippee indeed. Being played 20 years. Damn, yeah, that's impressive. You know, interesting. That is not the only RTS game. Hey, oh golly, don't make me implement some. Don't make me pull out the hammer that is the you know, implementing cooldowns. I will do it once necessary.
No.
I love me a good yippee train, but you know, limit it to like 10 or 15 or 20 yippies. Keep it reasonable, and it's all good.
No.
No. Oh, that's fun.
Here we go. Let's go to space. Let's go to space.
Fair.
Let's
True.
go under the sea. For that
That's true.
special.
And not to where we shall be.
This
going.
run made me literally in despair.
Let's see what else we got in here. Okay. And this one actually, this is the type of extremely good wand that we keep an eye out for. Because this guy is something else. Do I ever despair? Why, yes, of course. But what about? Right, because what I'm despairing about tends to be quite different from what a lot of people despair about. Damn, these malditos pasan. Woof, woof.
Pretty smart, dude.
Dang. Put this fella right there. Grab it. Grab this guy. Good shit. Dang. I agree. Like the pretty smart dude is a fantastic one. I'm pretty sure Schlifu added that one, and man, it's good. I think that's who it was. But yeah, I'm pretty damn sure it was Schlifu. But yeah, yeah.
That's nice, Steven.
That one too. Yes.
Pretty smart, dude.
Okay, that's right there. That's sand. Makes sense. Of course, but why wouldn't blood be sand? It makes perfect sense. What? All of you guys' blood isn't sand? Must be a skill issue.
Pretty smart, dude.
You get congrats.
Good stuff. D. Wood? D. Well, I mean, I do intend to at some stage add a it probably, especially if somebody gets me one of the sound effects, right? Just gives me an MP3, I'm a lot more likely to do it, but the WOULD would a lot more likely to add something like that, because that's hilarious as fuck. And there's a lot of great opportunities for you to, you know, say wood to various ridiculous things.
Smash.
Smash, exactly. You know, in much the same way for Smash, right? They would serve a similar purpose, but there would be some interesting nuance there. But then you could also do wood
Smash.
and then do Smash to say wood smash.
Smash?
So there's a lot of versatility in these kinds of things. That's why you gotta love that shit. It's good stuff. Again, with this like utterly fantastic wand, like this is amazing, actually. Yeah, like this is just an utterly marvelous, like, I dare I even call it straight up magnificent kind of wand. Yeah, this shit is straight up magnificent. Not a doubt in my mind about that. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Flip flop these guys. Put this guy here. Put the avoiding arc here. Put the piercing shot here. Put that there. Flip flop these. Actually, wait. I could. No, I don't want. I'm not dealing with this fucking thing. Okay, so we're gonna have these guys. Put this one right there. And then we got this. And we got one. And we got two. We got three.
Pretty smart, dude.
And we go wabam. Yeah. It does a lot of damage. Yeah, it even hurt me pretty badly. That's interesting. Cool. Fuck yeah. Hell to the yes. I'm absolutely loving this. This is a very fun little wand. Okay, so what the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just put this particular wand away. And I will be messing about with this specific wand until I find another wand that I need to then mess about with. Because it's very fun. And I also get to use both the disc projectile and the arrow at the same time. It's not every day you get to use arrow, because arrow just, you know, I'll be real with you. Arrow is not as good as the other ones. It's not as good as the simple disc projectile. And it's probably a little less good than bouncing burst. But I want to show arrow some love. It's not terrible. Like, it's not truly terrible, but it's not great. Back to manga, you say? Which manga indeed? And hey, George Orwell, how you doing? Welcome on in. How are you today? You've been reading a new manga, Ash? Is that so? You didn't read the summary, or you forgot. That's okay. And thumbnail's a guy being evil. Well, I mean, you know, some of the time people be evil, and that's just how it be, you know. How it be, c'est la vie, you know. Wee. Tee. Yay. Yeah, this is rather fun firing off this like simple like arrow homing thing. This is very silly. I love it a lot actually. It's goofy as all hell. A recent one, you say? Let's see. So we want. But yeah, how are you doing, George? Yeah, that's extremely funny, actually. That is so funny with the spelling Horwell that well. That's so goofy. That really that rustles my jimmies.
No.
That is hilarious. Now this is yet another reason why I'm keeping an eye out at all for these things. Like, look.
No.
Oh, you can't find on any list? That's terrible. Poor Ash. Yeah, that's rough. But yeah, this is an incredibly amazing wand here because, like, this is your ideal reverse mana charge taken to 11. I mean, 1,635 recharge with 313 mana max. Like, that's great. This is part of the reason why I am breaking the reroll machines in the first place, right? It's so that I can make a wand like that utterly magnificent by giving it extra wand capacity. Currently on Perk speakers, so you can't hear your music nowadays. That's rough. But occasionally, when your JBL speaker gets enough charge, you bring it back. Oh, I appreciate that. But it's using micro USB. And, you know, I feel that vibe with like using certain things that still use micro USB to charge, right? I feel that vibe, man. Like I got several things, like including like a really old phone that I use to play Master Duel some of the time, like amongst it's not the only phone I use to play Master Duel, but like it's one of them. Because Ren really loves to open up like the card packs in both Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And so, you know, because I like to bring joy into Ren's life, you know, I will play Master Duel to get some of the in-game currency to like be able to get more card packs. And let me tell you, Ren has unfathomably good luck when it comes to like card packs and shit in games. It's kind of crazy, like especially compared to mine. Like, oh my god, my luck is so bad. It's crazy. In regards to that type of shit, right? It's not like the most trash, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I have known people with more trash luck, but I mean, only a few of them in that type of regard, right? But you know, when it comes to surviving, you know, like deadly situations, but I got pretty damn good luck like that. So does Ren, but in a very different sort of way, I would say. See? Nom 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 nom. Eat the Polymage. Eat the Polymage. Quit making this difficult, Polymage's corpse. I'm sure you're delicious, so calm down and let me eat. Oh damn it, it's the wrong Polymage. Son of a bitch. Not being scared by bullies, you say. Dee, you enjoy this? But I am glad to hear that you still listen to my music when you get the chance, because that's nice. It makes me happy. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, Ash. Not only is that really funny, in fact, I'm gonna screenshot it so that I can show it to Ren later, because they're asleep at the moment. Like they might be drifting a little bit in and out of consciousness, but I'm pretty sure they're mostly asleep. But they are absolutely going to love that later when I show them, because that is so fucking funny. They've got the gambling manga protag lock. Is this kind of true? And you've read like half of it? How was it? I'm probably not gonna read it. I'm just curious to know how it was. It's like I basically only read fantasy and or isekai manga, like if I'm gonna read something like that. Yeah, particularly if it's got a really good magic system. Yeah. Cause that's just how I be. That's the type of trash I enjoy. I know the trash I like, and I like the trash that I enjoy. See. Some people would say homing rock is a type of trash that, you know, one might enjoy, but I say homing rock is lovely. Even though, you know, I'm not using homing rock right now. I love homing rock. Homing rock is best. Homing rock is love. Homing rock is life. Fairies that grant wait, are you talking about Fairy Gone right now? Because that particular like Netflix like show is so, I have such nuanced and unusually passionate opinions about that particular anime because or show or whatever, because it is weird the degree to which it's like so mediocre all the way through. I'm just like, what the hell, man? It's got such a weird little magic system that it's just like, it is unique. I will grant it that. It's a damned, like, bonkersly unique, like, magic system. However, it's also, like, just one of the weirdest anime things I've ever seen. I'm just like, why is this way? Right? And why is this, like, honestly, it's got similar levels of, like, why is this way as the Petals of Reincarnation with their, like, oh yes, you just, like, the main character has to, like, slit their own throat in order to unlock their powers. Excuse me? You are aware that, like, the sewer slide is a serious issue in the country that this is made in. I have questions about the sanity of that author, right? About like their responsibility as an author, right? Because frankly, I feel as though maybe they might be entirely lacking in that department as it pertains to like being a responsible author, like in terms of like ethics and whatnot. Because frankly, if they had a bit more of those ethics, I don't think that would have been the central like mechanism by which the protag's powers got unlocked. I just don't think they would have done that. I think they would have chosen, I don't know, like actually any singular other mechanism, you know? It's fucking insane. Regressor manga, pretty sure where the game is literally a gotcha masquerading as an end. That is actually really fascinating. And you're talking about this one needs seen. Let's take a peek. Well, what the hell is this one? I've never seen it. Interesting, actually. You know what? This one seems pretty alright. It doesn't sound awful. I might well give that a listen later. Especially if I can't sleep. These things, it helps me lull me to sleep some of the time. And the guy gets to see behind the guard. The cards. That's actually that's an interesting thingamabob. But yeah, that's definitely that is something else really. Okay, so that's just a bunch of bomba, even more of that. So yes, it's just not a very impactful or even interesting wand build, I would say. Nor does it possess like I guess it's got solid velocity, but honestly I can live without that. Got a few others that have solid velocity. I don't need even more. Okay. Well, but yeah, like in case you didn't know what I was doing in this particular moment, George, I am running a victory lap after I've collected 14 million gold. It took a long time. And now I can finally do the thingamabob, the break in the rerolls. So I thought I wouldn't be able to do it this run, but it turns out I can. I just needed like something like 30 million gold that I ended up getting. Or maybe it was 21 million. It was a lot of gold. But yeah. And so when I go to the next... So when I go back to Parallel World 4, it's going... that's going to be my means to get the thingamabob. Or rather, I will be able to do the... to break all the reroll machines there. Because those are the final ones that need to get broketed. Yeah. 547. That's the top 100, and it's record. Oh, hell yeah. You go, Coitus. I knew you could do it. That's super impressive. Coitus has just, and honestly, I would be okay with watching that. Not like this instant, but pretty shortly. Because that sounds exciting. Why is it? Yeah, why is it that that took so many shots to kill that guy? Something was going on. It was weird there. It's fine though. I'm not worried about it. Oh, we've got chest. What's in it? What is that? What was that? I can't even tell. Were they hearts? Probably. Yep, they were hearts. They were not a spell refresh. That's good. Okay, then. It might have been a great treasure chest. I can't quite tell, though. Okay, and then bam, 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 bam. Mollywop. Gotta mollywop those guys with the Midas damage. Because that's very effective. Oh, what is this now? Solid. Not the worst. Because I don't feel like sticking around in this area, I'm just gonna put this in the backpack and worry about it later. Okay. Yeah, this particular parallel world has had a lot of very good wands in this, like, power plant and meat realm and other places in this particular depth, and I'm very pleased about it, frankly, because they're quite good. Now what do we got here? A very strange looking but utterly useless wand. Sure, it's a scuffed run, and the Comey kill was just awful, but hey, I'm impressed. You couldn't fall asleep, Meatball? That's totally understandable. I'm sorry to hear you couldn't fall asleep. But yeah, that do just kind of be the way these things go sometimes. I couldn't fall asleep the other evening, which is actually why I didn't stream the other day. It was because I just couldn't fall asleep right, and so I just didn't really have enough energy to, I don't know, like, talk to like, do talky things, right? And so that's why I wasn't streaming the other day. But yeah. And do you guys, like, prefer let me answer that in just a minute. I'll answer that in just a sec. Okay, now this particular one goes to 5. But yeah, I'll answer your question in just a moment, Meatball. You have to attend a meeting in 10 minutes, so you have to go soon, Roska. Well, I'm glad you're here while you're here. Be sure to congratulate Coitus on his record run, because he's doing great. He's now in the top 100 for that particular category, which is damn improvement. So far, and you think the movement's gotten better, and how you navigate heat space. Hell yeah, you go. And let's see. What programs and things do I plan to run that will eat up a lot? That are really GPU intensive. Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator would be two. The CS5, I think, maybe it would be the CS6 varieties. Not the Creative Cloud versions, because those are even more intensive because they're just way less efficient and they don't do what they're supposed to do very well. But yes. So those are two of them, but also like Fallout 76 is pretty GPU intensive at anything but the lowest settings, which I've been running them at for like the past however many years the game has been out, -1. And then let's see. What else? I eventually intend to obtain via whatever means Baldur's Gate 3 and play that. So that would be one. But that's pretty far off if I'm gonna be totally honest. Like, that's a long time from now. I'm gonna grab this feller, take the projectile, awakening curse, the hexagon, yes, and then do that, good stuff. But yeah, I would say that those are the primary ones that come to mind immediately. I also wouldn't mind having Star Sector run on the game, on the PC a bit, with like good graphic settings and some, you know, mods that make it a lot more graphically demanding. Let's see. I would very much like to be able to run a very massive mod for a very old game, but yeah, basically it would still be pretty graphically intensive if I ran it at higher settings. Thrawn's Revenge is the mod for Star Wars Empire War Forces of Corruption. One of the best real-time strategy games of all time. I also, in case I ever wanted to like actually have a proper VTuber model, that's going to be pretty graphically intensive, right? So those are the basics, I would say. Man, there's just so many wands in this particular section. It's kind of crazy. Well, at least this one's not very memorable and not very good. Not really good enough for me to even give a second look to. I drink this particular potion. I put the potion there. I grabbed the second potion. I drink this potion. There we go. Oh, another tentacler. That is one of those spells that I was running short on. And note, when you have to use acronyms. Use uppercase only when there's a word. That exact spelling. Rand. Or lowercase when there is none. GPU. Oh, I see. I see. Exactly. Yeah, no. A lot of those things leave the internal GPU as entirely precluded from being an option. You know, if I hadn't already just tossed those fireworks, I think it would be funny to look at them with Tentacler, but, you know... Well, actually, okay, we can look at one of them with Tentacler. What happens when we fire one of these guys and they have Tentacler on it? It's not at all clear what the hell that is going on with that even, but I can sort it out later. It's fine. That's just an oil potion, not very impressive or interesting. Okay. Now let's see. And we're gonna dig back through here. Go down a little bit to look at the other bits. I have enough of those. I don't need even more. Okay. Wow, this particular version of this, or this particular area of the fungal is definitely extending on a very long time. That's no good. None of that shit. Right. So I do know that my old MacBook Pro like had like an extremely good like, but not like entirely top of the line graphics unit, right? That built in. Part of why I'm rather miffed about the thing stopping working, but that's really honestly a lesser reason I'm miffed about that. The bigger one is just because I had so much research and other things on it and the whole like, hard drive thing. But yeah. Yeah, that's generally the type of stuff I would be running. I might eventually, like theoretically, I might eventually use like video editing software, but the odds of that are like very low because of how much I genuinely kind of despise doing video editing. I just did it for a lot of years and I don't like care for it anymore, and it just I don't have any passion in my heart for video editing. That's a fine enough wand, but I don't need it. I have others that are at least slightly better, especially in the capacity area. Now I will take the accelerative homing here. Good. Okay. And then I will fire this at that guy for fun. See? Let's see here, okay. Before I go on to that next one, okay, I will look at this particular one. Oh, actually, that's a very worthwhile wand. In every conceivable respect, actually. Like, I'm a little shocked by how amazing that wand is, to the point where, yeah, you go right there. That wand is something else, really. But yes, I need to finish clearing out this particular chunk. Make sure I've gotten all the things of value and whatnot. And that I, run roughshod through here and tear it up into a lot of, pieces and explode all the things so that I know I've been through here and I've, gotten everything of value. Good shit. Coco. See? Gosh, that's a lot. I just, these explosions, they never get old. They are so much fun every time. This is my favorite. This combined like teleport digging wand might well be my favorite wand I've ever built. Like, it's so much fun to just use all the time, and it's so easy and it's so great. I love it. It does so many different things, and it does them all so very well. Especially relative to like other wands that just may not do anywhere near as good of a job as such a thing. I'm all about that shit. It's great. Okay. Now this guy goes to the... Yeah, you can go there. Okay. Let's see. This guy, but you've not got any extra like slots relative to the other things, so maybe not. And you're just a little bit worse than that other one, so maybe I just don't need that one. Okay, yeah, already got that stuff. Good. Let's see. Okay. Meh. Okay, and because I'm nearly done going to this particular fungal, I'm basically just gonna zip through this extra little area here, and then first, what is this? Brass and actually, what is that other material? Sand, man. I see that was a mimic. Good to know. Okay. So let's zip through here a little bit. What is this? An oddly, like a sincerely, peculiarly bad wand for this area. In fact, it's a little bit nonsensical how terrible that wand is. I don't really get it, but hey, it's whatever. Okay. And then, that's right. Let's take a look here. The piercing. That's right, I am going to grab that. That is absolutely 110% worthwhile. Okay, now let's zip on through here a bit more. Exciting, exciting, exciting. Yeah, that's just a little Uko-Skeevy. I don't need no more Uko-Skeevy. Have a sufficient number of Uko-Skeevy stones. I did not need any more of these fucking things. Okay. Now this, no thanks. What the fuck? Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I will grab that if for no other reason than lots of holy bombs. Why not? Sure, sure, sure. Now what it, you have recoil? Is that that is recoil dampener? I will grab the recoil dampener off of there. And one of you guys, I'm gonna grab you back up, okay? Because yeah, this one is also just not. It is odd that it's got a shorter cast delay or shorter recharge time to cast delay. That's a bit weird, but it's also not got enough slots to be worth doing anything with. Yeah, even if I were to do the increased slot type thing, I want it's just not good enough for that. Thunderstone, yep. Yeet, yeet. Oh, what is this now? Ooh. Pretty ite is the answer. It's not like amazing, but I'll take it. I'll get rid of a few of these guys because I don't need that many pollen. And actually, I think I would like to get rid of this one, so I'm just going to transfer all the things over to here. Very good, very good, very good. Do that, do that, do that. Put you here. Axel homing. Piercing. This guy. This guy. Short range homing. Recoil damper. And that should do just fine. Good stuff. Hell yeah. Good shit. Team. Oh, does this guy have the wand? No. Actually, wait, yes. There it is. Interessant. I mean, it's okay, but no thanks. It simply does not have the necessary oomph. The oomph required is simply, how you say, lacking. Yes, yes. It does not possess as much oomph as would be required of something in this kind of position. You see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What type of nonsense will this particular wand make happen? It clearly does not work anything the way it should. Yeah, like that is so silly, but like the wand itself is fine. So I'll deal with you later. I would like to try to make Hook Bolt worth something at some stage. And try it with other different like types of things, because I've tried it with Nala as like somebody recommended one time, and oh my god, it was not anything it was cracked up to be. It did not do even a tenth as good of a job as like any teleport bolt, even like the long telly, like. But it was just like, what is the point of this? Sure, I will in fact give it a little look-see-loo. Oh, ouch. Why my calf burning today? I don't like it. Goddamn neuropathic pain, I tell you. I don't usually deal with much neuropathic pain, but sometimes I do. And when I do, I don't always deal with neuropathic pain, but when I do, I drink Dos Equis. Oh yeah, you are blitzing through there pretty fast. I can see where you have all like I can see a lot of these little bibbins and bobbins where you have like a good room for improvement. Of course, you know, like this going after that fella, everybody else go to that 5-minute mark. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to eat some pound cake, so I might as well eat some pound cake while we're all watching Coitus's run. Nom nom nom. Mm-hmm. I can feel your panic as you're not able to find an easy like way through and down in the mines, and then you suddenly find it. Oh, nice. With that fucking that telly bolt, that's a clutch find if I've ever seen one. Yeah. And you got it, Meepo. Don't you worry. So I think that, like, I was hearing Yoke talk about it a while back. I think your target for gold needs to be, like, 180, like 150 to 180, maybe 200 gold for the first mountain. Or you need to get used to, like, dropping the tablet, like, pissing off the gods quickly, and dropping the tablet on Steve's head. Yeah. That's what I remember, yeah. For the first mountain, that is. But pissing off Steve in the first mountain has issues, of course. What a bunch of extremely weird and actually pretty rare spells. That's so fucking strange. Nice wand, yeah. I understand why he left it behind, but damn, that thing was nice. All like it just issue was with it, of course, we just shuffle. Nice jungle navigation. Saving grace, yeah, yeah. Although I can understand why, man, I would struggle so much not to like check that wand there real fast, right? That's sad. Like it also may have turned out to have like been a useful wand, but it's hard to say really. And what a really odd like wand from that pacifist chest. Super weird. Very nice Temple of the Art navigation. Very nice. A little scuffed, but yeah. That is exactly what Extra Life and Saving Grace are for. To make up for when you make mistakes. But yeah, I agree. That is an extremely scuffed Goleman kill so far. Yeah, that is Omega scuffed. Well, yeah, that did not go very well, but hey. I think you did a great job. Like, I'm majorly impressed. Like, that was a great run. I give it the video's first like. It deserved. And I subscribe to you just because. Oh yeah, killing Steve. Yeah, it's a good one. So are you thinking of using this as like one of the seeded runs? Because yeah, this is a very good. Like I think that this particular seed could be pretty solid for a seeded run, right? Especially with some of the wands there, because I actually have a feeling that some of the ease with which you were able to like get to all those wands, and then that shuffle wand you left behind. with all the, I think it was random damage modifier, or there was just something going on with it that could have served as a pretty handy like baseline to go about like using to kill Colmy effectively. Even though it would have been goofy and strange. Colmy's not very tough without any orb, you know. As I'm sure you are well aware of. But yeah, like, I think it could have worked pretty solid. Yeah, the teleport misses at the end. Yeah, I mean, those were a little silly, but yeah, that's understandable. I could tell that you were probably, like, sitting there jittering, like very... What's the word? Like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, this is the run, this is the run. But hey, don't worry about it, man. One beam shell is enough, you're right. But I do think that particular, was there a reason you left behind that random damage? Because that could have been pretty helpful in making that, like, Colmy kill smoother by adding it to the plasma. Right now, I am eating pound cake, but I see you had good salad and sandwiches. Meat standing. I'm much glad to hear it. No, what? I forgot what I asked, Coitus. And that is extremely true, Meatball. It is extremely difficult to be, like, focused enough to perform adequately, and I would say dispassionate enough to, be calm and, like, look at things from a detached perspective, yeah. Because realistically, that seed, I do think there's a lot going for that particular seed. It's a good one. I don't know about that, Meatball. Like, I mean, that's an understandable perspective, right? But there's also such a thing as, like, not caring, but being uninvested, right? You can be interested, focused, and uninvested all at the same time. Now, uninvested, I would say is that's the key one there, right? Like, because although like Yolk is generally pretty uninvested in most of his speed runs, right? But he's definitely never. I would not say he's really ever disinterested. Yeah, but it is an understandable mix-up because yeah, it's not a. The words are. I would say they're pretty similar in a lot of ways. They have a lot of similar connotations and shit. But yeah, they're the slight little nuanced differences in that particular instance do make a difference. God, one of the only things I really love about English is the sheer volume of extremely specific words that, like, it's also something I hate about English, mind you. Is just the sheer volume of words that, like, have particular connotations and crap. That, like, you know, a lot of the time, most of these words in other languages have long since died out because, you know, people were sensible. They didn't keep them around near as long. Oh, an enigma. A conundrum. Paradox. Yeah. Nom nom nom. No, I'm aware that all languages have connotations, but English has an unusual number of words. And even if a language has connotations, there's a great many languages which have drastically fewer words than English. I mean, by all means, look it up, because, yeah, like, there's a... English is a fucked up language. And one of the reasons is the sheer volume of words. Oh, holy shit! We've gotten a raid from. Oh, hey there, French. French? Oh, that's right. It's French fry. That's how you say it. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. Right now, and it is indeed a French raid. And hey there, Dog Fox. Welcome on in. And if you got a raid and run, I totally get it. But I'm glad to have you regardless. We just finished watching Coitus's new speed run record. It's their personal best. Yes. And welcome in. And right now I'm finishing up some pound cake. It is good pound cake. I like pound cake. It is tasty. It is one of those joys in my life that I'm always happy to eat pound cake. I have finished pound cake. Nom nom. Oh no, not the French fries. They are invading. They have bacon and the cheddar. They are delicious. What will we ever do? That's very silly. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Let me give you a shout out here. / shout out doo-doo. And then the way you spell this is FRENC_HFR_Y. Yeah, there we go. And there we go. I also give you a little follow. Yippee. And hey there again, that's Jewel. I'm just gonna call you Jewel because, I remember last time I tried to pronounce, and I determined that it wasn't. The Jewel was probably more sensible than any other attempt at pronunciation, right? And yeah. And right now we are actually about to finish. Oh, hi, Kitty Man. We are about to finish the process of breaking the reroll machines. I needed something, like the total amount of money I had to farm for it was something like 20+ million gold, so it was, because, you know, I didn't really plan on doing that earlier on in the run, but then I decided I wanted to give it a go. And you know what? It turned out it was still possible, so here we are. And let's see, yes, this is a terribly trash wand, but that's fine. And what's this guy got going for him? Anything? Anything worthwhile? Not really, no. And yes, the target reroll machines are in Westworld. Man, that show really fell off, didn't it? But yeah, that's neither here nor there. Man, that soundtrack though, that soundtrack of Westworld is so unbelievably good. Like, it's crazy. Speaking of, actually, not speaking of anything, I just need to have a caffeine tablet here. Yeah, it's true. The underscores are not helping anyone. Yeah. You have to pronounce it with an Esperanto accent, or else, wait, never mind. Whatever is fine. Hello. Yeah, hello. I'm glad to have you. But yeah, that's quite funny. Oh god, there is like, there was a time when I knew what an Esperanto accent sounded like. However, I do not believe there was ever a time that I could ever have hoped to try to reproduce one. But yes. And let's see, this one can... I mean, I guess this particular one, you can go into this category, and then I'll grab this guy. I jump, grab, good stuff. And then we toss. Yeah, we're gonna toss some of the extra spiral shots, because frankly, that is too damn many spiral shots. It's not a very good spell to begin with. Do you guys know of any, like, sensible uses for this spell? Because frankly, I've been trying to cook up some type of use for it, and I have really been struggling. Right? It's just, it does not do the things you need it to do as, like, a damage thing. Like, it looks pretty, right? And, like, it goes okay with drilling shot, right? But problem is, it also produces a lot of slowdown, because it's got, like, a lot of particle effects and shit, and that's problematic in its own right. But then, like, then there's the fact that it's also just got, like, really trash damage, you know? Relative to the other bits and bobs and other ways it could... The other types of damage spells that you could theoretically be using. But, you know. I've yet to think of anything that handy. And it wasn't terrible. Most of these sucks that got canceled before the season. The whole show. And I actually agree with you, right? Like, so here's my thing about Westworld, right? I think that they actually... So I actually find this to be a pretty similar problem to what happened with what do you call it? Game of Thrones, right? It's not the same. It's not the exact same problem, right? But to my recollection, it wasn't. Didn't they lose a writer or two for Westworld? Oh fuck, I don't remember. There was a time when I remembered why that shit fucked up, but also, let me just rant briefly about Game of Thrones. Because Game of Thrones, let me tell you, I cannot believe the hubris of the showrunners to have, like, chosen to just make another season, right? Rather than wait for George R.R. Martin to, like, do shit, right? Or like, not give him a significantly more active role in things, right? Because I understand he was involved. But the way that that man talked about it, he was like, guys, you should just wait. Give me some fucking time to write the goddamn next book, okay? Just wait. And I'm like, but the people, they want the things, and also we already got all the things. Like, just put it in storage, as I'm sure what the man says, right? You know, and it's just like, for fuck's sake, it's upsetting, because it's like, bro, first off, there was no lead up to that shit. There was no lead up to, oh yes, suddenly the lady's gone crazy, and it's just like, oh yes, the dragons, great idea, man, great idea. Like, the fact, like, you really know it's a fuck up when I don't really feel like many people would even be upset if I started dropping a bunch of spoilers, right? You know? I really don't. Because, like, it's just the type of thing where it was just such a colossal fuck up that I'm just like, I don't actually think that many people would be even a little miffed. Some people would, but a lot of people wouldn't. And Meatball, yes, I'm glad that you like that. Sometimes I agree and sometimes disagree, but I always directly say so. That is true. Yes, I do tend to do this, without holding back or being reluctant. Although reluctant to say it, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, although I might be reluctant to agree or disagree. That is a different thing. Yes. In fact, I also saw an interesting paper just yesterday or today or something about like how the degree to which a person or like a communication is reluctantly communicated, I suppose. The degree to which that's the case is like communicating quite a lot of information, and how that's the type of thing that most that a lot of different types of analyses that like academic as well as like large language model analyses of intimate conversations, basically, whether it be like friends or whatever else, tend to miss out on that type of information. But that's an interesting, separate discussion. But yeah, let's see. And indeed, Jules say it was a really terrible. I mean, I love terrible jokes. Terrible jokes. We have lots of them here, and so if you haven't yet followed, maybe you should, because you can have even more terrible jokes, and maybe even a few good ones. Oh, hell yeah, Orbit LARPA, fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! I love Orbit LARPA, and, you know, just, you never have enough Orbit LARPA. You can never have enough Orbit LARPA in your life. That's silly as all hell. This is a fine one. Okay. You go into the little backpack, so I don't have to toss you away, because I like hoarding, in video games especially, because, you know, the video games are not real life, and so there are no consequences to the hoarding, right? Whereas in real life, like, hoarding is just generally bad, but in video games you don't really need to give a shit because it's a video game. That's great. And I love that about it. Ooh, Spiral Arc. I do want to make a really messed up, unhinged as all hell like multiple spiral arc type of like ping pong build with a bunch of extra increased lifetimes, mostly just because I feel like it, not because it's sensible, but because, right? Because sometimes you don't want to ask if you should, and you instead ask if you could. Exactly, yes. This. Let's see. Constructed language is objective. That's where I've heard of that shit. That's where it was. I was talking to my linguist friend. Very Eurocentric bias. That's right. That's right. Because of its constructive nature, diversity of influence. There's no true standard pronunciation, although Italian. That's that. That was exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. I mean, Jewel, we never. We do not allow apologies for rants here. We simply allow the rant. Because I refuse to, first off, I refuse to apologize for when I rant, and I think that some of the time people just want to go on a rant, and that's fine. And it's okay that you go on a rant, and I don't think you should have to apologize for it. Same thing with, like, quote-unquote essaying, as people like to say in chats. You know, I understand it's a Twitch chat, but, you know, that's fine. Who gives a shit? Like, if you want it, if you have a lot of words to say, that's fine. In fact, I think it's I don't even think it's that many words. Like, I read slowly, but you know, that's fine. Some of the time, people be quote-unquote essaying, and that's okay. And it's not just okay. I think it's a good thing, because sometimes it's just good things people got to say. Sure, I will take yet another Kami. The commies had a cameo, and they something a cami, and then like a a cam, as in like one, not just a camera, but like one of those. I think a cam is a type of thing you screw on to another thing. Yeah, and then you can make another joke about like a a cam model, and then you can make there's a lot of jokes you can make about that. But yes, and there's the Rings of Power. That's also true. Yeah, I've heard bad things, but I've not yet watched that shit. And you send it for verification. Let's see what happens. Hell yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I agree. Oh, I'm glad, Jewel, that you've been following. That's good. And good. I'm glad that you're sorry for apologizing. And sorry for apologizing for apologizing. I'm glad that you're... That's so silly. But yes, good stuff. It's true. Don't mix Cammy with Kami. It's true. It's true. They're quite different things. But yes, I'm glad that you have been following. This is good. But yeah, I agree. The frames, they're not so great. They, might be having some health issues. I guess bear with them, because, they may or may not have liver disease. And so the frames, they need your support now more than ever. That's actually really funny, isn't it? That's so stupid. Oh god, I'm a lot more proud of that joke than I should be. But I'm not sorry, and I will not be sorry. Gonna eat lunch before lunch? Ideally before, yeah. Honestly, thanks for stopping by and sticking around. And thanks for dropping you people by here, and I hope you have a lovely day and a good lunch. Or dinner, as the case may be. Exactly. I'm glad you also enjoy that, because, Hamper Champ, it's the question of, like, whether I'm the champion of hampers. Whether I'm saying that, like, I am the champion of, like, having people, produce dirty clothing for the hampers, as the case may be, like, am I saying that, I've had quite a lot of, partners, possibly so. Wouldn't you like to know about my sexual history? It's a bit more complicated than you may expect. However, indeed. Like, who could say what the true answer is? And the answer is, it's possibly even all of these things at the same time. I really, really, really wish Orbit LARPA worked with Eldritch Portal, and it's a little upsetting that it doesn't. I really hope that... what do you call it? Is it... Oh god, how am I forgetting the name right now? conga line fix this mistake of nature in Apotheosis. I really hope so. Because otherwise, sad. Understandable, but sad. Because, you know, as it is, I mean, look, we've just got the Eldritch portals, and that's just not good enough. You see, like it's such a sad little thing without other Bibbins and Bobbins, right? It's just, how could they? How could they do this to us? You know. It is, of course, obviously personal. Like, they've obviously done this, you know, the express intention of it personally hurting all of us Noita players here who love Eldritch Portal. It was very clear, very obvious, you know, and I'm sure you all noticed. Yeah, kitty man, meow. Yeah, meow. Are you a little grumpy? You're upset that I noticed you immediately and that I said hello instantly? I'm sorry, kitty. I'm sorry that I'm not more inattentive. So the kitty likes to meow, but like he likes feeling justified in his meowing. Like he's like I'm being ignored. I am just a little guy, and my lot in life is difficult. So mother, will you wake up? Will you please wake up? But of course I don't want Ren to wake up early because Ren is getting good sleep right now. And the kitty loves to wake Ren up at this time of day, and like wake her from their sleep. So it's like, oh god. You can word sometimes, I believe. I believe it. Wait, don't read some words. I can word sometimes. It's true. It's true. But yeah, it's some goofy shit. And yeah, I just can't believe how like the hubris of those showrunners to think that they could outdo George R.R. Martin's like what is years of like planning, right, for his intelligent characters. Because you want to know what he says about how he writes his really intelligent characters? He spends like weeks, months, and years thinking about what the absolute smartest thing for that character to do would be, right? And it's just like, dude, like showrunner, how could you possibly have that much hubris? It feels impossible that a human being could have that level of that kind of unhinged amount of hubris in their heart, you know? I'm just like, I understand it's possible, but like, you would have to have never had your like first draft of anything you've written edited in your whole life, right? By like a competent editor who was like, okay, yes, your first draft, let me see this here. Okay, it sucks, it's terrible, you've made every possible mistake, and yes, so please, now that you have understood you made all the mistakes, you let's redo about 70 to 90% of this entire thing and get rid of most of what remains of that. And then once we've whittled all of that down and it's an entirely unrecognizable thing, now it's actually good. Because that's the process of writing, let me tell you. If you guys have never been like involved in any type of situation where you have to like do a bunch of like writing of things, the first draft never turns out well, ever, in anything, in any circumstances, because it just doesn't. In fact, I would say that writing is not even defined by the first draft in any cases where the writing is actually good. Yeah, kitty, come on up. Kitty man won't be a little snuggle buddy. Come here. Yeah, kitty man won't come here. Come here. Come here, get some snuggles. Little fuzzle bear, come on up. Or not. I see, he wants to play. I cannot help him in this instance. Oh wait, I know what it is. People are driving off to work right now, and so the kitty is seeing a bunch of like lights from like people's headlights and stuff, as well as like the sun, and he's chasing them because he feels like, I'm pretty sure he believes that even though he knows it to not be the case, I'm pretty sure he feels in his heart of hearts like the lights from headlights have some type of physical substance, right? And that they're trying to harm us all, and that they're just biding their time, right? I'm pretty sure that the cat believes that. In fact, I would be genuine. Like, if they came up with a cat mind reading device, and then they read the kitty cat's mind, I would be genuinely shocked to find out that he did not believe that. Because that's just has his vibe. The kitty's he's got a vibe. And, you know, yeah, it just be that way. But yeah, like, because I can understand, like, having a very high opinion of your own writing. Like, I get it. But all the same, like, like, you have to be aware on some level that George R.R. Martin is a better author than you are a screenwriter, right? And so I'm just like, how could this man be so unbelievably foolish as to, like, with the level of, like, excitement and confidence that he had, talk about the last season like it was gonna be a good thing? I'm just like, how could you have done this, good sir? How? It's appalling, frankly. Right? Because it speaks very much to, like, the degree of nepotism in Hollywood. Hi, kitty. Thank you for finally coming up for the snuggles. I appreciate, little man. I promise that the lights are not conspiring all of our deaths. I assure you would like to hide your little face in my hand? Sure, kitty. You got it. Oh, he's purring a little. He's a cute old man. He's a goodwill Fufflebell. But yeah, so, like, I guess it just speaks to the level of nepotism in, like, Hollywood and whatnot, that, like, a person with that much, like, because the thing is, as a writer, you should not have that kind of confidence in something you don't have, like, a whole bunch of time to edit and re-edit and re-edit, right? It's like, the guy was so busy. Like, I think the phrase is, like, sniffing his own farts, right? Or something like that. Is that the phrase? I think so. Right? That he just, like, came to believe his farts smelled good or something. I think that's how that phrase goes. That's not exactly how it goes, but that's kind of the vibe, right? Head so far up his ass type of thing, right? And it's just like, how do you manage that, right? That level of delusion is frankly unhinged. But then again, I guess if it wasn't, then, like, would it be delusion? And yeah, still, it would definitely still be delusion, but I guess it would be quantitatively and qualitatively a pretty different thing if it wasn't unhinged. But even so, I got some squirious questions. In particular, about that man's sanity and, like, how in contact with the fabric of, like, reality that they are. Because frankly, if they genuinely believe that shit about about, like, being that good of a screenwriter, oof, that man is clearly, like, not even remotely in contact with any aspect of the real world. Because yeah, like, good writing does not just, like, apparate out of nowhere. Yes, little fuzz whiffin. Why are you so gumpy? I understand about your litter box. I'm gonna be emptying in a couple hours here, kitty, because we're gonna be going to the place. So we'll be leaving the apartment, so we'll get your little litter box emptied, and it'll be great, and you'll be a happy little guy. You know this. I don't even think that's why you're mowing. In fact, yeah, I knew it wasn't, because there's something else. Little guy. I agree, Coitus, you are so right with that fucking meme. Oh, maybe the kitty man, you can see the bottom. So it's never that he's out of food, right? Be aware of that. It's never that he's out of food. It's that he can see the bottom of his food bowl, and it upsets him. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's probably why he's mowing. So I will get up here in a few moments to, like, deal with that. Yeah. Not right just this second, but when I run a like 2-minute ad in a few moments, but not just this moment. In a sketch. God, I love that. The little meow. The little meow emote is so cute. I just love cute little meow. I just love kitty cats. They're great. Your Mr. Fur Pants eats everything, so you have to regulate. Oh, no free feeding for him. Poor baby. He's got the thing where he just like, does he not get his hunger, his like satiation cues at a reasonable amount of time? Does he just like not really ever feel satisfied? Poor little guy. He's just always hungry. Oh man. Sweet little guy. Our kitty cat, thank goodness, we are allowed to free feed him because he does not like, he rarely overeats, and when he does, it's usually just, I'm not really sure why. I think some of the time he might do it because he knows it makes him more likely to vomit, and he needs to get rid of a hairball, right? That's purely speculation on my part, I'll have you know, but I do genuinely wonder about it from time to time, right? That maybe he's like overeating specifically so that he increases his likelihood of like vomiting because he's like trying to get rid of a like an unpleasant hairball. Like, I really wonder about that shit sometimes. I have no evidence. That he's very exact about his feeding times. That is, yeah, I find that a lot of kitty cats really like, they really love the exact, being like omega exact about that shit, right? They love that shit, and it's very cute. It's adorable. It's funny. It's kind of great. I love the way kitty cats are like that. It's really cute. Then again, a lot of animals are like that, but then again, I don't know. Are dogs that? I know some breeds of dogs are really exact about their feed times, but I know that others are just like really inattentive in that sort of way, where it's just like some of them are like have these satiation cue issues, so they're always hungry, but others are just like they get distracted, right? They get distracted by things, and then they're just like, when is, well, I mean, food. Oh yes, I do need food, don't I? Oh wow, look at the shiny thing. Oh, pretty. Oh wait, that's right. I'm pretty hungry, aren't I? Oh gosh, this inedible object looks pretty tasty, doesn't it? Oh god, dogs they're something else. I mean, like, I love dogs and cats, but like, for me, I prefer the kitty cats because I have an easier time dealing with the kitty cats, because, you know, they're not quite as high maintenance as dogs. Yeah, and you know, Ren and I are quite disabled, so it's a lot. You don't get it. I give him a small portion every night before going to sleep. He usually starts bothering me about it 1 hour early. And we must know that I do my teeth cleaning, etc. before he gets his food. Oh, I think, yeah, I think, so here's the thing, right? According to, like, you know, the way that it works is, like, behavioral, like, just, oh god, actually, I forgot, oh man. Applied behavioral science, that's what it's called. I don't know how I forgot that, and frankly, I'm a little concerned that I forgot that, because, like, I was very seriously considering minoring in applied behavioral science for a little while, but then I discovered that it was one of the most singularly ableist degree programs at my university, in my opinion, because I don't want to get sued. But yes. So I ended up like not doing that, but you know, it was just like, my god, man, how the hell do you manage that shit? Especially, I could really rant about that one for a long time. I'm actually just not gonna, because it's I don't know. I am filled with, what is the word? I don't know. It's like a something between ennui, odium, and despising something so thoroughly that if I could look at the degree program and the people in charge of it directly, they might just keel over dead from how much they could feel that I despise it. Something like that. That's how I feel about it. Because yeah, it's obscene how bad the situation is. Because and the worst part is they should know better. Because again, applied behavioral science, right? Yeah. But yeah, the kitty cat, basically, all of the meowing that he does before you give him the food, right? Technically speaking, is being directly reinforced, as in, like, made more likely to occur, because you are giving him food, right? And there's not really anything to do about it, because the kitty's it got a pretty entrenched, like, behavior pattern at this stage. A, it's probably not worth doing anything about, but B, it's also just like, that's just how the kitty be and what they be doing at this stage. And it's just like, some of the time, the kitties, they do these weird things like that, right? Where they don't make any sense, but because they get the behavior reinforced, as in they have a pleasant stimulus and whatnot that makes it that they like and whatnot, it makes it more likely to happen in the future. And it's a pretty interesting thing, but it's also just like, kitties, surely you understand. I know you're a smart kitty, so why are you doing this? You are behaving like a dumb little kitty right now. God, that's adorable. I love it. You think I'd like rats as pets? They are cute, and you know, I had a friend that in fact, I suppose, you know, honestly, I should probably contact them. They're really flaky, so they probably won't respond, but you know, I really ought to send them a text message. I'm gonna be like, hello, I hope you're well. Hope your rat is well. Cause yeah, they had one or more rats, and they were all very cute, and they were really sweet little guys, honestly. And they were always very nice to me, and I appreciated that, because you know, I just, you know, it's nice when pets are nice to you, you know, and it's appreciated. I like that this guy is cowering. Cower before Mina. But yeah, like, I think you're right. Like, I would like rats because they're really cute and smart. But yeah, I guess, like, my thing about the rats is they would just get so sad if they didn't have other rats with them, right? So we'd have to have at least 2 rats. And, like, I don't know, that's a lot of rats. And they're just such cute little guys. Like, you're right that I would like them, but you know, if only it was practical. Because honestly, I actually think that my kitty cat would get along pretty well with rats. And I think they would have fun playing with them. I don't actually think they would fight. I don't think that my kitty would kill them. I think they might try a few times, but I think that they would actually end up, you know, choosing pacifism in the end. Mostly just because our kitty cat's a little bit of he's a bit of a coward sometimes. And by sometimes, I mean not infrequently. Okay, yes, and this one goes directly into storage because it's got a whole bunch of infestation. And that's great. Because I wanted to try a bunch of different experiments with infestation. You can give them food when they are silent. And that is true. Yeah, if you give them food when the kitty cat is silent, they may well consider that, like, it would basically be the type of thing where it has a small probability of making them meow less around food time, right? Or you could, like, move the time that they get fed and basically abruptly just feed them when they've been quiet for a while. And it's not just the meowing. What else does he do? Do tell, I'm curious. Because this kitty sounds like an utterly unhinged goober, and they sound super delightful. They sounded very silly, like a goofy little guy, like a good little squaffle, like a good little puffle. Oh, he likes to bang handles on your drawers so it makes him knock down. Oh my god. That's so fucking goofy. That's such a cute little guy. What an absolute mischief muffin. Absolutely. Oh, like, what a menace. What a cute little menace. And wow, that's very uncommon to be rolling up a bunch of spells like that, and then for them to be the types of rather quite substantially rare spells that they are right there. That's pretty rare, that is. Okay. I mean, I didn't mean to grab the light, but it's whatever, I suppose. Random spell, sure. Let's replace this guy with that. Actually, Dormant Crystal with random spell could be unbelievably funny. Okay, but this one, Summon Friendly Fly. Now this is the real prize from that particular treasure chest, if I won't be real with you. Like, that is the real prize right there. Glowing Lance, I have plenty of Glowing Lances. I do not need yet another. I will, however, take the Fly Upwards and flip-flop it with the auto-aim, and then toss the auto-aim out, because I don't need the auto-aim. And then I shall put the Summon Friendly Fly back up there. And then I shall open up the advanced spell inventory. I shall put Summon Friendly Fly in here, because, again, it's such a fucking rare spell, you never see that shit. And, you know, there's a lot of fun, obscenely goofy things I would like to try with it. Obscenely ridiculous. I have so many funny ideas. Ah! That's actually that's very funny. Lassie Simulator, that's so goofy. Just to annoy you and get it. That is adorable. He does it for an hour. Oh my god. And you'd rather give him attention. He doesn't need or want food. Just cuddles. Oh, what a cute little guy. What a cute little guy. Yeah, my kitty often just wants the cuddles, right? And I just, you know, you just gotta give him a bunch of cuddles, right? And that's just how it is. And you know, I'm personally quite okay with it because they're adorable. Also, that's just so funny, Dark. Literally, Lazzie's chat behavior also kind of like somewhat true, yeah. Darg is, and what is a Darg, right? It's a solid question, and obviously it's a Darg. But you're off to buy groceries and do stuff. You better bet. I hope you have a lovely evening, Dark Fox. And I certainly shall. I'll probably be wrapping up here pretty darn soon because it's I do need to go to the food place pretty soonish. Oh man, I wrecked them. That's fantastic. That is so good. But yes, I do need to do that relatively soonish. So I'll probably be finding a raid target reasonably soon. Yeah, it's Coitus, that's right. Coitus is going up. Yeah, yeah, it's true. Honestly, the name colors, yeah, like Dark Fox and Coitus currently have the same name colors. So yeah, that one did definitely trip me up there. But yeah. God, that's funny. Dark is a product of the randomness of this world. It was generated long ago, and now it's linked to me. Yeah. I mean, hey. Now that is highly appropriate lore for the type of eldritch nonsense that this channel just happens to be. Fun. Okay, let me see. So first things first, I must go and click a button. Let me just do this. Go to click here. No. Yes, here. I must open this, and I must go to Twitch. and I must go to Kanubi, because I have a very, very large streak for Kanubi. It's actually rather... Oh my goodness, I just belched. Excuse me. Such a lack of decorum. Incredible. Because yeah, it's something else actually. Like just the... I'm actually... I would be embarrassed about it if I wasn't proud. But yes, no, I'm quite proud of it actually, because of just the... You know, it's hard enough to have any level of consistency in anything, so being able to have like a very sizable stream streak. Oh god, I lost my last EA stream streak the other day, and I'm still a little upset about it. I had like 140, right? Ren still got theirs, but I forgot. Ren did not, thank goodness for them, so at least we both didn't lose the stream streak, but gosh. It's just so high at 140. It was a very sizable dealio. And you know, it's rough. Man, it's rough losing a stream streak of that size. And yellow is a good color. It's true. Quite as love, not dark. Yeah, it's true. That is true. And I'm glad you still here at Darkbox. It's always good. I'm glad to know. Oh, hi again, little Mr. Man. Oh, would you like me to give you a bunch of little snuggles here in a sec? Oh god, I forgot whatever the hell it was that I needed to do whenever I was gonna get up briefly. What even was it? Shit, man. I don't even have a singular clue any longer. I got too distracted by the cute little kitty man. God damn it. That's ridiculous that I got that distracted that I just completely blanked on it. Oh god, what even was it? I don't even... Oh, that's right. I was going to look for a thing. Actually, no, I'm not even sure. You would have 100 plus right now, if not this Pulu shit. Wait, what? I'm not quite sure I understand. Like, you mean like that Pulu is very hard to get a stream streak with, for like several different reasons? But yeah, like I've lost like 5 or 6 separate like stream streaks with Pulu. It's hard to keep it's hard to like keep up with Pulu's schedule, and also just I don't know, there's just something about it. Some of the time they have like a very occasional impromptu stream, and this is why I am never going to attach any rewards to like the stream streaks themselves, and why I would like to get my Eldritch Squish power system working, because that's basically going to just replace the stream streak system. And as far as I'm concerned, right, it'll basically just be a thing you get to do once per stream to say, yes, I was here, and that it increments a number
You get an
by 1.
Congrats.
Yeah, because yeah, I really don't like the watch streak system on Twitch, because I just...
This run made me
yeah, it causes too much goddamn despair. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I'm glad that my word's okay, very yes. But yes, the Kanubi streak, yes, I'm at 136. That's a big ass number, ain't it? God damn. Yeah, some of the time I'm just like, holy shit, that's one of the most consistent things I've done in a long ass time. Like, one of the only other, like, things like that for me is just, like, years ago when I used to play this fun game, I think I had something like a 300. I think I had, like, a full, like, year of days where I logged in consecutively. But, like, so something I've, like, struggled with from the time I was... Really just from the time that I got really disabled, realistically. Well, is the, yeah, like, what type of manipulation or streaks? Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. You also hate the concept of streaks. It forces you... And I mean, that's... I agree in some respects and disagree in others. Like, part of me likes the fact that it forces you to show up. Like in general, like it's like, oh well, I mean, it means that I, get to say hi to everybody. I just notice everybody. It's nice, and to just be like, I wave, hello, I hear, type of thing, and that's good. But like, it's just. But on the other hand, I don't like the feeling of being pressured into doing things right. Nobody does. It's not fun. It sucks. But yes, I do, however. You know how to type woof, though. Hey, that's good stuff. You may make strange wording, not very fluent. But even so, I like the verbs. They good. They good verbs. Let's see. I gonna run the 2-minute ad to get rid of the pre-rolls because I waited a whole bunch longer than I should have realistically, but such is life. Zippity doo dah. Zippity dee. Okay, zip, zoop, zop, zop, wop, da pop, 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 da. Zip, zop, zoopity bop, pop, da da. Let's smack a this fella. Or not, because this guy got too many, somebody keeping them immortal, which is a problem. Let's smackaroo these guys to do that real quick. Reduce the number of possible suspects. And number of things and places that wherever the creature that is making them immortal be. Fewer things will point in different directions on the compass. On the enemy radar, I mean. Good. Got that feller. Good shit. Okay. Let's take a peek. What kind of things? What kind of spells have you? Nothing worth fetching. Nothing worth grabbing, really. Good shit. Okay. Good. Maravilloso. Click the buttons. Very nice. Okay. do that. Oh my goodness, that was a small belch, but tiny but mighty, as they say. But yes. So stream streaks, I don't like them because I don't think they're very representative of much of anything. Other than that the person stopped by, which I appreciate. It's good to know. And I like the people sharing the stream streaks. It's cute. It's nice. And you guys deserve to get the channel points and be proud of it also. But also, I don't think it's terribly representative of, like, that much because of how easy it is to miss a thing, but also because, I don't know, like, because I've been, like, ever since I became disabled, like, doing anything consistently at all has been an incredible struggle. And as a consequence of this, I really don't like tying anything to, like, something where it's extremely easy to just, like, mess it up like that, right? It's just easy to accidentally, you know, mess up the streak, like, because you forgot, because, you know, even if you did, like, get an alert on your phone or whatever, you wake up just barely, and then you're like, oh, no, well, fuck this alert. And you just go right the hell back to sleep, and it's just like, well, there it is, there's your whatever number of, like, streak all on, and it's just like, I hate that, I despise that, it's just not fair at all, I don't like it. And it's not a good thing. I don't think it sets up a healthy incentive structure necessarily. And I don't like that. And I would much prefer to have a thing that had a far more healthy incentive structure than that, right? And as a consequence, that's the type of thing I would like to have instead of that, so that the incentive structure doesn't suck and is not trash. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, this one does not have enough slots to be able to justify bothering with it, given the fact that it's just a crit on water, really. That's not really quite good enough. But I am glad to have gotten one of these, like, always cast thingies. What in real life would represent a streak system? Oh, your attendance record at school. That's, I guess, the closest thing, right? But, like, ever since I became disabled, like, attendance has always been extremely, like, one of the most difficult things for me because, like, frequently, like, getting out of bed was too painful to bear. And so it's like, although I would have wanted to go to school, although I'm perfectly able to learn and master the material, actually getting into the building is an extreme struggle, right? Now this is what we call in the business an accessibility issue, right? And of course, this was long before the days of COVID, so remote school things was not a thing, realistically, except in very specific things. And I had, like, a couple classes that I was able to take care of, like, with remote stuff. But, if I'm gonna be totally real with you, it was a very small number of things. And, yeah. Yeah, it was the whole thing. But, yeah. And I agree that, like, the, attendance, it's kind of the closest thing, but I don't actually think it's analogous, right? I think it's actually quite disanalogous to the stream streak system. I'm not actually sure there's anything quite, I mean, I guess there's a few things, like, I'd say it's a bit more like logging into a video game and doing your dailies. Yeah. It's a bit like that, really. In fact, it's extremely similar. You'd compare it to prison? Yeah! I mean, I can understand. Ideally, the people that you have, like, that you have the streaks going with, are not so unpleasant that it would make you feel like you're in prison, ideally. Right? Involuntary pressure to do something. I mean, that's fair. I can understand that kind of perspective, yeah. Like, there's quite a few different, like, creators I used to have streaks for, but then, you know, I didn't feel like maintaining them anymore, and so, like, I let them peter out because I, you know, like, I wasn't that interested in what they were doing no more, or whatever else, but, you know. That's just how it be sometimes. Smackaroo this guy with Midas damage. Good stuff. And this guy too. Smack. Okay, so you are. Ooh, actually, this is a very fun wand to use, and I'm gonna just use it briefly. Actually, first I'm gonna kill this fella in Noita. Yes, but let me see. Oh wait, did I launch the wand? I think I might have. No, I did not. Good. They're both right here. Superb. I wanted to fire this off because this one's a very fun... Oh wait, wrong wand. This one. Yeah, like Matter Eater with... Oh wait, you don't have enough mana or something? Why you no fire off? Why you no Matter Eater? Why you no do the thing? Come on. Why you no work? Why you no work, mister? Whatever. Fine, be that way. Okay, fine. Yes, okay, actually, neither of you are important at all. Okay, it's just an always cast light shot with a horrible recharge time. What an awful wand. Like appallingly bad. I see a bunch of concentrated light. On a pretty decent wand, actually, but I mean, it's just got no slots, so no, screw that shit. You started with Bando? What is Bando? Is that a creator? But yeah, that's understandable, regardless, because, you know, like, yeah, it's understandable, you know, you move from one creator to the next over time, and, like, I'm sorry, I don't begrudge people who, like, do such things, you know, if they, if and or when they get tired of me, these things happen. But you know, that's just life. And that's okay. You know, as your interests and other things and your daily, like, routines change, it's only natural to, like, gravitate from one thing to another. And, like, that's totally valid and understandable. I just wish I could be more consistent generally, but I just really struggle with consistency. Because, and I have since I became disabled, right? Because it's just, some days I just don't feel good at all. And usually, like, I might well still be able to stream. Just won't be quite as energetic, good, or necessarily even long of a stream. But I will still be able to stream, right? But other times, that's just not a thing I can do, right? It just, I don't feel good enough for such a thing. And that's just how it be, right? Not much to be done about it. And that's just, you know, that is just what it is. But, like, yeah, I guess it's just... That's part of why I don't like the stream streak system, is it's far too punishing. It's punishing the way that life is punishing, with education has always been very punishing as it pertains to attendance problems, right? And I despise that with every, like, bit of my being, every bit of my soul, my heart, everything. I despise that type of needlessly punishing stupidity. And because it accomplishes nothing at the end of the day. It just creates hurt, it just creates unpleasant situations, and it's just like, At the end of the day, it's just like, why did you choose a punishing system when you could have chosen a more forgiving one? And the answer is needless cruelty. And ableism, primarily. Ableism. And, you know, invisible cruelty being tolerated. I am so glad you guys like to listen to me yap, even when I yap about things like that, because I am really shocked that, like, there are, like, 8 people watching me when I yap about something that dark. I really appreciate y'all. It definitely makes me feel a lot more like, you know, I don't know. It makes me feel nice, I suppose, is the long short of it, I guess. Now, why is it, Monsieur, that you have picked up that particular wand? I do not appreciate that. Okay, Jesus, I need to... Maybe I just need to lure this guy away from that other guy? That's probably the sensible approach. Oh dear, what have I done? Undo volume change, yes. There we go, that's much better. I accidentally clicked a button I didn't want to press. But it's okay. Actually, wait. I can just launch this guy. No, I can't. It's not, he's not intersecting. For whatever fucking reason. Okay, so you, I would like you to please perish, maybe? Have you considered that? Have you considered that maybe? It might be for the best, monsieur. If you perish. Very good, very good. Now, same goes for you all as well. Have you considered that maybe 'tis time for you all to leave your mortal coil of robot, your robot mortal coil, and shoot. And shoot, and to leave this place, so that I can have this wand back, and you just gimme. And then I put this guy in here, and then I pick this guy back up so I don't have to deal with these guys being a pain in my ass. Excellent. And let's take a quick little peek over here. Let's look at the things, the buttons to press, the things to do. Oopsie boopsie. Okay, I do believe I have pressed this particular button. Let's see here. Oh, Roska's playing Inscription. Inscription is a good game. Alright, let me see. Okay. Let's run around here just a sketch. Let's see if we can find some of these things. Some of the valuable, good, high tier, high quality ones. Some of the best. Some of the most high quality, high tier ones you've ever gonna see in your entire Noita life. You'll find them right here And whatever the hell these robots name, what should they be called? I should come up with some silly name for them. Necromancer Bob's Robot Prison, also known as the power plant. Welcome on back to Necromancer Bob's Robot Prison, and where we have the finest, most high quality ones you could ever hope for, and we're situated right next to everybody's patented. Oh wow, this is actually going to be a fucking amazing one to experiment with. It's got always cast explosive bounce. That's awesome. That's perfect. That's everything you could want for a wand to experiment with. Hell yeah, it's 10 out of 10. I absolutely love that. That's so good actually. But yeah, that just makes that a lot easier. If you can just have explosive bounce on like every fucking single spell you're casting, you can really figure out what the hell it's doing most of the time, right? You can even figure out how it interacts in interesting ways with certain things, like explosive projectile and shit, and then have a great time. And learn a great many things. And it'll be great. It'll be good shit. I suppose I can fetch this little guy there. That way we can have more than one glimmer there. Good shit. No thank you on that particular thing. Very good. Very good. Now this guy... Oh, now that's a bunch of rare spells that are amazing. Oh, hi, the little fuzz muffin. Does Kitty want pets? The little fluff mice that would like some pets. Is that what it is? Oh, who's that fluffy, Mr. Man? That's you, old guy. Alright, so let's just grab this particular one. Now let's put these fellers over here. Yeah, we're gonna do that, that's fine. And then, I can just put away this particular one, and it will be all good. Very nice, very nice. Good, good. Good shit, cool. Okay. Chili egg, I believe is what that is. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Or whatever egg, it's fine. It's an egg. Good, 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 good. Anything important here? Not really, no. Yeah, that's not especially important either. So, well, I guess you've got solid stats in that respect, but like that's... You are very lacking in the slots department. So, no thanks. God, I love Ping Pong Lumi. It's so motherfucking good. You know, I'm glad I've been using it today in this stream because it's so much fun. It's a really good one. It's a very good combo. It is a very nice. Even in this new game plus, it is very good. Oh no, that's a very good one. Okay, we're gonna grab you. We are going to move these fellers over to here. We will dispose of the remaining extra propane tanks. Yes, there we go. Because nobody needs that goddamn many propane tanks. That's too many propane tanks. Far too many propane tanks. There we go. Good shit. Good stuff. Cool, cool. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good, good. Alrighty. Ambrosia potion. I mean, I don't really need no ambrosia at this stage. I will grab that decelerating shot in a moment. Good stuff. Cool. Good. Okay. And I will probably stream later this evening. Let me see. Since it's Tuesday, Dunk will be streaming. Yeah, Dunk will be streaming later. Like much later, as in like Wednesday morning. So I will stream either today. I'll either do a pre-Dunk stream and a post-Dunk stream, but more likely I will do a post-Dunk stream, yes. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So that's what y'all can expect. And I look forward to seeing you guys then, for sure. And I suppose I will absolutely, assuredly finish breaking the reroll machine by then. And always cast Orbiting Arc. Ooh, exciting. But those stats suck, so never mind. Do you have any good spells on you? I don't think you do. Not really, no. Cool. Good to know. Good stuff. Yeah, nothing important there. Yeah. So you continue down further there, but you I've already checked that area out. Good enough. Okay, good. That one, nice. Okay. Nothing special there. Oh, another heavy shot. Absolute. Fuck yeah. That's great. That is assuredly a strange little wand, but not one that I need. Ooh, interesting. I'll happily grab the random damage. That's nice. But, nah. On everything else that thing's got going on, it's just not very good. It's Omega mediocre. Oh, interesting. Let's get those guys real fast. Yeah. And then we just gonna open this. So it's just a bunch of gold. Not even a bunch, but a tiny amount of gold, really. Angry, okay. Let's see. Okay. Figure out who's a solid rate target. You know what? Durian is a fantastic raid target. Let's raid Durian. Slash raid channel Daryl. Envy. Description is neat, but I don't know, it's a bit of a scary game. Especially if somebody's so... Okie dokie, okie dokie, very nice, very nice. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys. And I look forward to seeing you soon. Probably tomorrow morning. Well, from my perspective anyway. Let me think. So, in about exactly a day, maybe a little under. Or possibly I will have a pre-dunk stream. Depending on how I'm feeling, how things go, etc, etc. We'll see how that's going, how I'm feeling and stuff, and yeah. So maybe you'll see me sooner, but maybe not. We'll find out. But I enjoyed today's stream. I hope you guys have a lovely day and a lovely night, as the case may be. And you know, I will talk to y'all later and see you later, guys. And I hope you have a truly marvelous day. Yeah. Truly marvelous day. Toodaloo, Dark Fox. Alright, see you guys. Rock and roll.